All right. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever the world you have to be. Crow here. And I decided, while I'm streaming some other things over on Twitch, that I wanted to deal with a sort of in-depth analysis of a run of FTL using the starting ship, the Kestrel A. This will be done on hard mode, and this will be done with pause. There are a couple reasons I wanted to make this video. The aforementioned, I would be making some other content, and I like to stay fresh in the FTL community. But the other thing is, I went on a 52 win streak in random hard mode, and I'm currently on a 42 win streak. Between those two streaks, I have taught and learned this a newer strategy involving the minimalization of reactor, and I kind of want to show that on display because it allows the player to have a lot of flexibility in terms of store purchases and other upgrades. The other thing I wanted to kind of show off is as much in-depth analysis as to the decision-making processes that I have, even as a streamer who takes a good amount of time to do a run of FTL. It's very easy for me to sort of gloss over a lot of the finer points of a given engagement or overall strategy, particularly if those ideas are tied to additional ideas, where it's like, okay, well, I sort of explain it as like, I'll explain that I'm doing Z, but I do it because I understand how X and Y lead to Z. Where understanding how hacking can function in a certain situation leads me to do a particular strategy for, say, a crew kill, and trying to just, instead of just going like, all right, I'm going to do this hack and that gets a crew kill, kind of get into the nitty gritty of like why that specific hack works so much better than additional hacks. That kind of thing is what I want to be part of the focus of this particular tutorial. So like I said, that's kind of the main focus, is showing my thought process, my overall strategies, how I'm making decisions on a per fight basis, and trying to just give as much detail as possible. And hopefully, if you're watching this, you're following along. Like if you see how I approach a fight, and in your head you can be like, all right, this is what I would do. And then you can juxtapose that or compare it to the strategies that I'm using. I'm not always going to be right, as much as I would like to think I am. But hopefully this will give you some insight, like I said, in my playing style, and maybe you can potentially learn a thing or two, which is one of the great things about FTL, really, is you can learn so much from other people, and you and yourself can teach other people a lot of stuff by them watching you. So the first thing I want to do in any run of FTL is understand the ship that I'm playing. This is the Kestrel A, it's the ship you start with. Every single ship layout, all 28 of them, has a specific, shouldn't say specific, but a very general idea that I have in terms of how I want to do upgrades. And that continues through all the early sectors. Predominantly my main focus into becoming a consistent winning FTL player. I think I have like 5 losses in my last 148 runs. Is prioritizing the elimination of weaknesses. Generally a philosophy of give myself every opportunity to not die, which may mean killing enemy ships as quickly as possible, but give myself every opportunity to not die in the hopes that an opportunity will present itself to allow me to win. So we look at a ship and then we try to determine what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses of the ship. Again, particularly the weaknesses. What are the things that we have to fix so we don't sort of just die out of nowhere? There are a lot of really nasty fights, particularly early on in FTL. So we want to fix the things that just kind of randomly kill us. Now, you can win a decent amount of runs ignoring these faults that some ships have. You could win, high quality ships, maybe you could still win 90% of the time. by ignoring these potential faults. It may not cost you on a run in a streak, But I think that it's better to address them and have this kind of approach of just, you are trying to win every single run. You're not rolling the dice. You're trying to mitigate RNG. There's going to be a lot of it. And instead, it's planning around all the bad RNG instead of just hoping that it doesn't end you. So with the Kestrel A, what it has, its biggest quality is really its starting weapons. We have a Burst Laser 2. So Burst Laser 2, 2 power, 12 seconds, 3 shots, is an incredibly flexible weapon. So 3 shots for a 1 weapon slot's pretty phenomenal. That means it can take down 3 enemy shields. It can also deal up to 3 system damage. So it can be used to suppress shields, or it can be used, as I said, to actually do damage to enemy systems, take them offline. And that lets you work with other projectile weapons. You can work with ion weapons. If you're using ion weapons to suppress shields, burst will then do damage to the system. And on the flip side, you can also use the burst weapons to set up beam weapons. So it's really nice. It's highly unlikely you ever sell this weapon in a run unless you get something like a one-shot build, which typically is like 3 beam weapons to kill the flagship in a singular volleys. Next, the other weapon we have is the Artemis missile. So the Artemis missile is a little bit different than what the AI gets. It only requires 1 power instead of 2, but it fires a second slower at 11 instead of 10. Now, what's really nice about it is it gives the player, as my approach to it, it's more of a panic button. This is a pretty nasty fight, and I have this weapon that doesn't require anything else to really set it up. It doesn't need ions, it doesn't need beams, doesn't need anything along those lines per se. It's just it's this one missile that's going to be against the defense drones, DD1s, DD2s, or the evasion of the enemy ships. And another thing is that we have 3 power in our weapon systems. So this is also really nice. A lot of ships should start with only 2 power, so we've already saved this essentially 25 scrap not having to upgrade our weapons to this higher level. Secondly, it means that we can take 1 damage to our weapon system and our burst laser is still online. We can take 2 damage to our weapon system and our Artemis missile is still online. So this gives us the ability to continue to defend ourselves and take down threatening systems, even when we have lost 2 damage to our weapon system. Very, very few ships are able to say that. We start with 3 crew. They're humans. They give us very few blue options, a grand total of 1. But they're not bad at anything. Humans repair at the same speed as they also put out fires, and it's sort of the level that all the other crew are kind of based on. NGs fix things, put out fires faster. Mantis fix and put things out much slower. And we'll maybe get more into that as we pick up crew along the way. The layout of the ship is actually pretty decent. We can get from one side of the ship to the other side of the ship. There's really only one choke point, which is this weapons in terms if we get hacked by the AI. But we do have some good venting options with all the doors, except towards the front of the ship. So, is there really anything else I want to start with? No. Oh, I should mention, the one thing, though, is we don't have a lot of extra money. While, yes, we do save money on not having to upgrade our weapons to level 3, because it's free start there, you can sometimes get away with selling the Artemis missile. We don't have, like I said, we don't have blue options, which are, in my opinion, overrated in terms of being, like, financially solvent. Do a couple runs with the Fed A and ask yourself how often you're actually proccing blue options on a ship with 4 different crew and a beam weapon. There's actually a challenge where you have to do it like 5 times by the end of Sector 5, and it's one of the more challenging challenges that one has to do. Sorry. So we don't have that, and we also really don't have crew kills. The systems that allow for that, which are typically like hacking, mind control, teleporter, or weapons that have high chances of causing fires and or breaches. We don't really have that. Artemis has some breach chance, some fire chances. Burst Laser has like a 10% chance per fire per projectile. It's pretty low. And it's unfortunate because crew kills are really beneficial. I have a whole video about crew kills on the channel. So anyways, we can, let's go ahead and begin. All right. So we start with our crew in this position. You need someone in piloting for your ship to be able to jump. Also helps with evasion, and unless you upgrade the system, which probably isn't going to happen for a long while. Crew and weapons is honestly, I'm starting to think this is really not starting to, but this is the second best position to put your crew in. For your weapon ship, you want your weapons to fire as fast as possible. You want your volley to get off before the enemy ship's volley fires, because if you are able to disable their weapons before they fire, then the fight becomes a lot safer. And that is generally the goal of all the fights, is just trying to make them safer. And then we have a crew on engines. The engines crew helps us with dodge. It also helps our FTL to charge faster. So this is typically where you're going to want your crew stationed. Now let's take a look at the exits. All right, or the sector. So sector 1, civilian, it's a bit unique. It's not like a normal civilian sector. It's 1.5 stores, where civilian sectors are typically 2.5. But as a civilian sector, we'll see a myriad of ships. And so it's not going to be like a rock sector, you're predominantly going to run into rock ships, or an energy sector, you're predominantly going to run into energy ships. You can run into pretty much anything here in a civilian sector. The things we're concerned about are ships with drone control, particularly rebel disruptors, because they also come with hacking, and those being in hazards. Those are incredibly terrifying fights. The other things can be Zoltan shields with really efficient weapons. Something like a flak with a heavy laser. Hidden behind a Zoltan shield can be a bit of an issue. Now, our weapons have the capability of dealing 5 damage to a Zoltan shield, so we can take it down relatively quickly compared to a lot of other weapon loadouts, so that's really good. But we have to be, like I said, we have to be cognizant of that those, like, essentially the worst ships are bad matchups for us. And because there's other ships that have, like I said, like certain flaws, like beam drones specifically being a threat to ships with just cloaking, or even mini beams being a problem for ships that do not have shields yet. All right. So, like I said, there's only going to be like 1.5 stores in this sector, and I'm not too particularly keen looking for with this particular ship. The reason being is I just want my shields up. I've stipulated how powerful our weapons are. So increasing our shields is going to make us safer for a lot of those dangerous fights. It's going to give us the ability to absorb more shots against dangerous weapon setups. It also gives us less of an opportunity to have catastrophic damage in hazard events, which we don't have a way to avoid currently. So we're going to just go ahead and put all of our early scrap into our shield system. And then we're not going to spend any money probably until we go to a store or find another weapon. So that's really it. As far as my Sector 1's scrap spending is allocated for this particular ship, it's upgrade shields with 20 scrap, 30 scrap upgrade shields, and then not spend any more money until we get to another store. There we'll try to like buy a system or a weapon. So like taking these beacons that we know aren't stores is pretty helpful. So we can go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10, get an extra jump perhaps, 11, 12, 13. Something along the line, pretty nice exit location. Warning. All right, empty beacon. That's unfortunate. We'll jump back. All right, hell ship attack before they can attack. This is better. This one just initiates a fight 100% of the time. What we want to do, like in FTL, is scrap is genuinely good. Like, you should be trying to make as much scrap as you can, provided it is safe as you can. So we're going to go ahead and attack the ship. Unfortunately, we won't get to see what the ship system is at the start of the fight, so we don't know how potentially bad or dangerous this fight is. But we do have full hull, so let's see what we get. All right, so we have a basic laser here. We have a missile here. We know it's a Leto. Ships with drone control in the first 2 sectors only have a Leto as their weapon. Now, we don't know what kind of drone control that they have. But it could be upwards of level 3. So they could have a 2-power offensive drone and then like a repair bot. That is a possibility. So we're going to do a little bit of a micro pause there. I guess I should explain micro pause because not a lot of people utilize it. You have 2 pause buttons in FTL. You have your space bar and you have your middle mouse button. By alternating between the 2, you can actually just move the game ahead a few frames, like so. This is really handy in allowing the players to have a lot of precision in their management of systems. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm gonna check sensors really quickly because okay, they do have a repair bot. And, I didn't pause when I got there. They do have a repair bot. They do have an NG and a Mantis. So the chance of a crew kill here plus a med bay is pretty much 0. So this is going to be dealt with our singular shield bubble, and then this we hopefully are going to deal with evasion. That being the case, we're going to go ahead and protect our burst laser too. So if the Leto fires and hits us in weapons, it'll take the Artemis online, but it'll keep the burst laser up, and we're going to use that to try and take down their weapon system. Now, the reason I'm not going to be firing a missile here is hopefully the burst laser does its job. It's not too much of a hope, but that does its job and takes both these weapons offline. We only start with 8 missiles, and it is a resource. So occasionally we will trade hull to maintain resources. Plus, the Artemis won't even fire in time to take this offline. Okay, well, we got really fortunate. We got the 2 dodges. Okay, it looked like it was targeting this room. Okay, so they're gonna have the repair bot there, plus the crew. That's gonna get, the repair bot essentially fixes as fast as the NG, so this is gonna get fixed in like under 6 seconds. Another thing even though I don't really want to use the Artemis, I'm gonna keep it powered because pirate ships are a ship that can run away after they take a certain amount of damage. Okay, let's see where it's gonna hit. Wow, another dodge. Okay, or you just dodge all the things. That's also a good idea. So, one, I'm doing all these micro pauses. Do I want that to hit? I mean, it's going to hit. So we know the reason it's going to hit is because it didn't say miss when it crossed our shield barriers. There's 2 times where weapons proc in terms of determining whether it's going to hit you or not. One is over a shield if you have a shield up, and the other is when it reacts to your system. All right, we're going to bring this additional crew over there. Like, the 5% evasion isn't as important as just getting this repaired quickly. Okay, the engine's crew left. That's kind of interesting. Okay, I want to make sure the Artemis is back on immediately. Go ahead and move this crew back to here. Okay, so this crew took so much damage that they left. Yeah, so this is going to get repaired incredibly quickly because NGs do double repair speed. Alright, we're still only taking 1 damage from this fight. Okay. Hopefully the next volley is able to take them offline. So, I actually really didn't explain this part. Why are we targeting their weapons? The weapons are what hurt us. If we're able to take their weapons offline, we're not getting hit. If we're not getting hit, that means our systems are fully functioning. We're not losing hull. So that is generally what you're going to want to do. If any fight has been determined that you could take damage from it, you want to target weapons. In the attempts that we take them offline, like I said, keep everything safe for us. Wow, so much targeting of our weapons, which isn't too much of a surprise. So because we're on hard mode, the AI actually has a targeting system. What I mean by that is the AI actually does target your systems more so than normally would. I think it's something like 25% of the time it procs this ability. Okay, 12 scrap, and we took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hull points. It's going to cost us more to get those repairs, but I want the scrap, like I said, to try and upgrade our shields. Now, if you fired a missile there to try and sort of mitigate how many missiles we were taking, I'm not going to say that's like a wrong play. But right now, a hull is a resource. At a certain point, hull becomes less of a resource than the thing that you have to protect above all else. And generally, I'm going to be floating between 22 to 24 hull after like visiting a store. So going down to taking the 5 hull points of damage there to save a missile, kind of worth it. All right, you arrive near a damaged and dilapidated space station. All right, so this event is always dangerous, even if you have a clone bay. So we're just going to scrap it for debris. Yeah, it's a low scrap rewards, but I really don't want to throw crew away in this particular situation. Sometimes you will be risking your crew. Like it's actually because you just have so many crew, or you're really desperate to try and find a weapon, or you just need money to get something else online that's just more important than having crew. All right, so we'll scrap this, get 17 bucks. All right, distress. Let's go ahead and, like I said, we're gonna upgrade shields. And again, so this is a buffer point, right? We don't get an additional shield bubble, but now we can take 1 damage into our shield system, and it still functions, providing us with a bubble. All right, we can take this distress just to see if these are stores before hopping on those beacons. Because again, we don't really have enough money to spend at a store to get anything that we really want. Refugee ship Trojan space. Ooh. There's 2 of these. There's like a beacon. Communication scene down. I'm pretty sure this is something that like risks crew. So again, I'm not in a situation where I want to risk my own crew here. Yeah, communication's down. So either nothing happens. Nothing happens, we get some scrap and missiles, get a free random crew member, or we lose a crew member, or we get boarded. So there's a 20% chance that we just lose a crew member. Not really worth the risk. I typically want to have like 3 crew manning the 3 systems that I have them on right now. So we're going to go ahead and ignore it, which is a little bit unfortunate because we already had the empty jump and we had low scrap rewards. So we really haven't made too much money yet. All right, reject their offer. We couldn't pay it even if we wanted to. All right, so we got a missile and a basic laser. We can look down here and see what systems that the ship has. So we got piloting, O2. They're always gonna have O2, unless they're Lanius. So there's not any additional systems we have to worry about. It is a rock ship though, so that means it will have rock plating. Reject their offer. Again, I'm gonna take a quick look just to see what kind of crew they have. Mantis and an NG. Always NGs. So we won't know this is an Artemis until it fires. But fortunately, their weapons aren't charging. All right, so that's a Leto. So go ahead, fire here. Take that offline. I'm not really concerned about my med bay. It's not really important right now. I could put my oxygen back on. All right, we didn't get any secondary effects here. Even though I can't see inside the ship because I don't have my sensors manned or at level 2 or have a slug or lifeform scanners, only one crew member is responding to what we did. If there was a fire, an additional crew member would go to assist. Now, they still aren't getting the man crew bonus because the NG is busy still fixing it, so I think our burst laser will be able to fire before this does. Okay, there's the resist from rock plating. Without a fire, it's really unlikely that I'm going to get a crew kill here. Oh, Junpei want to help. All right, it probably isn't going to get there in time. So this takes 12 seconds to fire. It's reduced by 1.5 seconds because we do have the one crew there. So it's about 11. This fires at 7. So if I don't want to eat damage, I could spend a missile here. Because we're already up 1. Let's go ahead, just spend this missile. 13, all right. Like I said, we already kind of burned through the free damage I'm willing to take in the sector. And I had potential also concern of, like, if they get a dodge, then I'm eating 2 missiles. Now, hull repairs, I think, are only costing us 2 scrap. The missile costs me 6 scrap to replace. All right, well, there's a store in the sector. Doesn't really change our plans. And there's nothing we can upgrade on our ship that I want to anyways. So we'll go down this direction. Another empty beacon. Generally, you want to be making like 120 scrap in this sector 1. We're going to attack the slaver scum. Wow, another missile. We are super lucky with all the missile ships we're facing. Again, I couldn't tell you if it's an Artemis or a Leto with this setup. So we're just waiting. It is an Artemis, all right. So that means I have to do 2 damage to their weapon system to take it offline. So if I fire our Artemis at them, because that's really dangerous, and if it looks like it's targeting our weapons, we are going to have to swap out. Looks like it's targeting our shield system. All right, we're going to go ahead, rotate crew to try and get our shields repaired. Now, they're going to get 1 repair done, and this weapon will be fixed and goes back online. But right now, we're not doing any evasion. So I'm not worried about training my crew in those positions and just getting this fixed as quickly as possible. Wow, that's pretty fortunate dodges. All right, go ahead and use our trainer crew to do their positions. Still not a panic in them getting this Artemis missile online suddenly. So let's not waste a missile here. Wow, so was that 5 of 6 dodges? Most enemy ships have level 3 engines in the early sector. All right, they're offering us a crew. Now, often, particularly in other sectors, I'm not going to accept crew. Unless I am like a boarding ship with a 4-person teleporter, or what other ships would I really consider picking up crew? Not this one. We already have 3 crew. It's a human, so it doesn't even give us any additional blue options. And these particular ships tend to have really high scrap rewards, like in the 20s. So if the thought process shouldn't be, well, hey, humans sell at stores for 45 scrap, so if I'm giving away 22 scrap to get 45, like that's good value. It's really not, because what we should also look at is opportunity costs, right? I could pick up that human, and then next jump could be the shield hacking event virus, which is an auto ship that exists in civilian sectors that reduces your shields by essentially half. If we run into that event and it just murders us because we don't have a shield, then that human's not really doing anything of value for us. So because I have that shield bubble as a higher priority, because again, it keeps us so much safer. So that's the benefit. I was like, all right, so if I get the shield online, I'm a lot safer against almost every single fight we come across, except all these have had missiles so far. So that has like a higher value to me than picking up this crew member, which doesn't really assist in anything I'm doing right now. So surrender is not an option. And again, if it was, say, like an Engie, a Mantis, or a Rock, I'd still turn it down. Even though that's quote-unquote more value, the shield is more important than a crew. And blue options are very, very inconsistent, as I've said. Okay, we'll still be able to fire it before the Artemis goes. Oof. Pretty frisky dodges there. Okay, yeah, see, 22 scrap. All right, let's go ahead and upgrade shields. Now, we're gonna power those shields by turning off our Artemis and depowering our engines. There we go, our 2 shield bubbles are up. And as I said, that's all the scrap we're gonna be spending on our ship in the early 2 sectors. We're just going to micro our power as much as possible moving forward to give ourselves the ability to, like I said, have as much money for a store as possible. 1, 2, 3. I doubt I get there in 4 jumps. 2. So we're going to go ahead, distress here, make our way towards the exit. 2, 3, 4, 5. We probably have 5 jumps left in the sector. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have the potential flexibility of 6, if that somehow comes to be that way. So let's go ahead and take out this distress, see what's there. We do have a decent amount of fuel. Offer assistance. Yeah, I don't want to do this. Don't risk our ship to lead them to their fate. So there's like a decent enough chance we take damage from this particular event. Again, like all the events, you can go ahead, look them up and see what the results are via the wiki. All right, we can receive 1 damage, fire to a random system, high fuel reward, low scrap reward only, 4 damage in a low scrap event. So, ooh. But on the other side is if we leave them to their fate, the fleet pursuit doubles 50% of the time. So really the scrap we potentially lose. So we either get stuff here or we potentially lose a jump. All right, I guess I'll try and shield it. 4 damage maybe. 4 damage for 8 scrap. Not great, but all right. Next beacon. Staying on the course. Explore the asteroid field. Wow. All the free damage I could ever want in a run of FTL. Pretty sure I had the option to not take this one. Okay, so nothing happens, high amount of fuel, medium scrap, medium rewards, 5 free damage, or a fight. So it's really an only 1 in 6 chance we take damage here. I've been a little low on scrap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That feels really dicey. So now we have to weigh the fact that we haven't made a lot of money this sector. We've made 72 scrap, but we have 3 jumps left. Versus risking more of her hull. I'm gonna say it's too dangerous right now. Like getting me that hull low and then we run into a ship with like Zoltan shields or we run into a hazard event with more missiles. Really unfortunate thing just has been we fought so many ships with missiles. So we've taken a lot of hull damage. I would have preferred not to. All right, so when I'm measuring jumps in FTL, I'm actually looking for 6 horizontal dashes. That is essentially the distance of a jump. So we can actually see at a slight angle that there are 6 dashes between here and the store. So we could potentially go here, pick up the store, and then bounce back. We should give ourselves that as a possibility. 1, 2, 3. We have 3 jumps left in the sector. Like we could get something really strong, or like we get something free here and maybe worthwhile to go to the store. Oh, actually, all those beacons connect. So let's go ahead and check out this beacon. All right, aiding the civilian ship. This has a chance at a double reward. If it was like a settlement or a station, it's 100% guaranteed, or like an outpost. You have 100% guaranteed double rewards here. So aid the civilian ship. All right, so first off, what kind of crew do they have? I don't always do this, but okay, because it's a pirate ship, I don't know what the makeup is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so we're gonna turn off the oxygen, power up the Artemis. We actually should have done that at the start of the fight. We only need 1 shield bubble up. And we have a chance of doing 2 things at this fight. But we have to see what kind of bomb this is. Is it a small bomb? Does it target my shield system? No. All right. So we have a possibility of a crew kill here, and we also have the possibility of like training our ship here. So we're charging both of our weapons, and it's really only a problem if our shields get targeted and a fire happens. If that does, then we will retaliate by taking their weapons offline. If we had like a bunch of hull to spare, you could take some more risks. Nice, we got him out of the room in time. Our weapons are charged. Missed 4. So each of these ships have a certain amount of bombs that they can have. If I was really good, I would actually know how many this particular layout has. But it's somewhere like 8 to 14. We've taken 4. Miss 5. All right, so we did a weapon swap, right? Because our system was going to take 2 damage. It started to fire. That's kind of gross and unfortunate. I feel my best play is to send both my crew to try and get that fire out because there's only the one of it. But we've also seen that they have actually run out of missiles here, so they only had 6. So let's send the other crew member there. I don't think they'll get there in time to actually be helpful, but we're trying to stop our system from burning down. Nice. So what we have here now is the ability to train. And what that means is we can just sit here and train our evasion against their weapons. We can even train our weapons. You can also train shields against them as well. And this essentially will give us free evasion. It is going to take a long time, though. I don't remember if I still have it. No, I do. So, the process of just speeding this up. As I explained. So, what does this benefit? Okay, so our crew get trained. And what that essentially will do is we'll get 2 level of engines for free, plus our FTL will charge faster. Oh my gosh, this is such a completely different thing than what it used to be. Do I have it on autopause when I... No. What? Oh, I was going to use I think that cheat engine 7.2 to like accelerate, but oh my gosh, it's completely different now. Yeah. I don't even know how it's done anymore. Well. Open process. FTL. Okay. Hex value, first scan. What the heck is all this stuff? Yeah, this is so completely different. Alright, well. I was hoping to just like speed through it, but it's just completely different now. Oh, this is gonna take forever. All right, so what does training get us? Kind of want to just get at least level 1 training, but you can sit here and get 2 levels of training. This essentially will enable us to have 2 more engines than what we do have, and it's free. So it means we're going to dodge more shots, which is pretty nice. But with this crew member getting training, our FTL charges faster. So that enables us to get out of bad fights quicker. And honestly, that's sort of the biggest thing we can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We also, like I said, have the possibility of a crew kill here because they have a mantis. I guess 7 doesn't matter, mantis. So we can try and the mantis is on engines. So if we deal damage to the first, whatever system we deal damage to the first time, the Mantis is the one that's going to repair. So what we could do is try and shoot their oxygen system and allow them to asphyxiate. Now, it takes about 100 seconds for a ship to completely drain of its oxygen. And that's the amount of time it takes Mantis to do 4 repairs. So then you're like, well, I have 7 hull, Mantis has to do 4 repairs. There's a good chance that we actually will be able to take their oxygen system offline consistently enough that we'll get a crew killed from them not having oxygen. And getting crew kills generally gives you better rewards. It taps into a completely different reward pool that has a higher chance for a free item, a higher chance for free crew. You can also get extra fuel out of storage. You should take almost any opportunity that you can safely get a crew kill. And we're also depowering our burst laser every time it fires, so we're actually not dealing damage to them. So we're getting the opportunity to train here, while at the same time also getting some weapons training. It's also beneficial, you know, for crew kills. We don't want to like over damage this ship. When going for crew kills, you want to be aware of how much hull an enemy ship has and not do more hull damage than you think. Because the ship blows up, well, then your crew kill goes away. So aside from the fact that we took a little more damage than I would have liked through in this first sector, it's been an alright sector so far. Like I said, we made 72 bucks. We still have a couple beacons to go. 1, 2. Particularly, I like the idea of maybe getting something free. Like we get some just high value weapon. Ideally a weapon. I don't really want crew on the ship. For the most part, I'm not concerned about borders. That can be handled pretty strongly with just excellent microing. And that's what we want to do. We want the micro to save us money, right? We want our skills to be... The more we rely on our skills, the more we can, like, let money be money. Let money buy systems, let money buy weapons that are going to help us scale much faster. Because the game scales real quickly. So on hard mode, Sector 1, Sector 2 are essentially the same ships. There are a couple times you can run into 2 shielded ships in Sector 2, some event ships that can occur with. But you're going to be running into, like I said, the same shields, same scrap rewards. Sector 3, you're going to start seeing 2 shielded ships pretty consistently. And then Sector 4 is where you can actually already start seeing 3 shielded ships. This escalation by the enemy is why these early sectors are the most dangerous. One, like I said, you have these weaknesses that you're trying to undo, but also they just scale really fast, and not all ships have enough weapon power starting with to properly scale. Most weapon ships, not all, have the capabilities of dealing damage through 2 shields. We definitely can with this ship. Other ships are, like I said, not as lucky. And so you're like, okay, well, because I'm going to be dealing with 2 shielded ships, like in 2 sectors, I'm going to want to have enough projectiles to reliably get through those kinds of defenses. All right, I only need 3 more dodges. The nice thing about them is it doesn't take them as long to train. That's sort of the benefit of humans, is that they don't have to do the task as often to gain a level. But again, a lot of stuff, like a lot of strong strategies in FTL, it's just about time. Like, if I had a crew that took, 4 times as much iterations to gain experience, I could still get it at this fight. It's just about dedicating the time to it. 11, 10. So do you have a dodge? That's weird. How they have an extra bit of training that this crew doesn't. That doesn't make sense. I don't know how that happened. So one of them should have an extra pilot dodge, but none of them do. How? How the heck is that possible? So many weird things can happen in FTL. Bum. I guess if we're okay. Oh, what? They must have been walking. Yeah, okay, there it is. So if they walk, then even though I can get a dodge chance. Yeah, I still have the ability to dodge. If they're not on the system, then I don't get the experience for it. All right, that's fine. So like I said, this training is incredibly tedious, and a lot of times you don't quote-unquote need it. But I just find it really valuable to get because, like I said, we're going to have this extra engines. We'll get some weapons training. So, like, if you look at it that you hop into a beacon and then you walk away with an automated reloader, an FTL charge booster. You can even, like a shields booster if you had the crew for it. Or you could just train the crew on all the systems. I almost never go to that extreme. Like, that's really valuable. Like, the monetary on that would be several hundred scrap. And we're just getting it for free. Come on. Okay. Going to assume I'll get that other dodge. So let's also start powering up the Artemis. And we're going to fire 2 shots. 1, 2, depower. Okay. I don't know what level their oxygen is. It might be a level 2. Again, we're going to try and do the minimalist amount of damage to their hull. Okay, it's level 2. It's going to take a little bit more work. I don't want to fire the Artemis at them right now. Wow, the dodge without anybody in engines. Just because the Artemis is straight up 2 hull damage. And so we got this Mantis doing repair. Why is that important? So Mantis repair speeds are half. So while it takes our crew about 12.5 seconds to repair, an NG like 6.25, it takes a Mantis 25 seconds. Okay, 1, 2. Now, let's say the crew was in different positions, like the Mantis was piloting and the NG was in engines. We actually could do is we could, depending on how much hull they have, we fire an Artemis and like hit their shields. The NG would proc to go to do that repair. Then we could hit the O2, and the Mantis would then have to leave because the NG already has a task and would do the oxygen repair and effectively swap their positions because the NG would get their task done quick first and go back to piloting because that's how the man ordered for the AI is. And then the Mantis essentially would go to engine, so then you can just go ahead and operate O2, firing down on their oxygen. So one of the benefits of this being level 2 oxygen is the Mantis is going to keep repairing through. After it does the one repair, it's going to stay there, so they're not going to have as good of evasion. It's going to be about 5% less. So it means our shots are more likely to land. And we're going to need it. And also, hopefully, they don't run away. Alright, it's getting a little bit of pink. Now we're kind of out of being able to use the Artemis now, in terms of being able to damage the system. The other thing we need to not happen really is like a fire. Fire is actually kind of bad for us because the NG would move over. I can't stop the fire from happening if it does. Alright, NG hasn't. Oh, we got the resist. That's lovely. All right, so we can take a quick look here, and yeah, there should be done for. Nice. Okay, we got 22 scrap plus from the civilian, another 7. All right, so we made $51. And the Artemis sells, I think, for around 19. So we can go to the store. So the weapons that we could potentially buy for the amount of scrap that we have. For 50 scrap, we could buy a heavy laser 1, a burst laser 1. We could also buy like an ion blast. Let's go ahead and check it out. Charge ion. Oh, a fire beam. Fire beam's kind of interesting in terms of crew kills. All right, so we're not buying crew. Like I said, I mean, I've been turning down crew. I really don't want crew here. That's out of the price range. Charge ion, fire beam. So while fire beam is good in terms of enabling crew kills, it's going to slow down our volley too much. It doesn't do anything against auto ships, and without hacking on board, it's pretty weak. Charge ion has some pretty solid value for us here. Plus, it's a weapon on board. The question about it, though, is whether we just get the charge ion or will we sell the Artemis because we're down to only 10 fuel. I generally like to be at around 12 to 14 fuel because I don't know what the next sector is. So if the next sectors are a bunch of uncharted nebula, we can be in trouble because there's just a lot of dead jumps, and then there's also just a lot of jumps. If it's a red sector, it's also like it can potentially be a one-store sector. But I hate passing up on a weapon from a first store. While these aren't inherently ideal, you may think, oh, I don't like ions, I don't like, you know, a chain laser or whatever. It's just important to get a weapon that you can use. This does serve a purpose for us. But so does the Artemis, so I don't think I'm going to sell it here to get more fuel. Even though it's a little bit lower than I'm typically comfortable with, the Artemis just has a lot of value in terms of us being able to kill enemy ships All right, yeah, attack the rebels, wait and steal supplies from civilians. So we're gonna attack the rebels here. Again, this is just proxy fight. Okay, so it's a Leto. We know it's a Leto because the weapons max out at 3 power in this sector, and that is a burst laser 1, which is 2 power. Is that also like the 5th missile weapon we fought? All right, here comes the missile. So we're gonna give ourselves a chance of dodging it by depowering this and putting the power into engines. We didn't dodge it, so we'll go ahead and put it right back into reactor. Wow. The dodges have been plentiful for the AI. Okay, didn't get a dodge there. Yeah, I would prefer probably not to eat another. Okay. Well, we can just do this because we don't need that shield power. Okay, so that started a fire. What we're going to do is we're going to vent. So we're going to open up these airlocks, vent through here. And we're going to drop the oxygen so it vents even faster. All right, we don't hear a fire anymore. We don't see a fire over this. Go ahead and close all doors, open all interior doors, and we're going to even out the oxygen throughout our ship. Yeah, I've got to start preserving hull now. Or not. Okay. So maybe we'd got like an extra dodge if we did full training and have 30% evasion instead of 24. Okay, this is not a system we have to repair, so we're just gonna leave it as is. Plus, potentially we can actually get crew kills with a charge laser, so. Or a charge ion. Okay, 7 scrap. Do I want to steal civilian supplies? We could take 2 more damage and nothing else. No, I'm gonna leave them alone. Like, yeah, we could get free stuff, but I'm already down on hull. This was a pretty brutal sector in terms of overall damage. Yeah, I had some pretty fortuitous evasions and often a lot of missiles. All right, Rebel Uncharted Nebula. Okay, so Uncharted Nebula. Any purple sector before Sector 4 is guaranteed to be an Uncharted Nebula. They're pretty disgusting. They tend to be some of the lowest scrap sectors in the game. They're like 1 store in a nebula. When we really want to have stores in the early sector. So again, we can more easily improve our ships. So we're gonna go Rebel sector here. So Rebel sectors are also 1 stores, but they tend to be a lot more scrap. They're a lot of really good rewards, some really hard fights, but they also happen to have a lot of auto ships, which are dangerous. But we already are up to 2 shields, so hopefully they're not too bad. Oh, and lots of drone control. All right, we have 100% oxygen. Okay, so now, like I said, the ships that we fought last time, we're essentially going to be fighting the same difficulty of ships right now. As far as mapping the sector out, I want to know where the store is. So, even though these jumps, which are nebula jumps, are going to delay the fleet by half of a normal jump, I know that my store is not there. So it's better to say, hit this beacon here, see if this is a store, and then we're gonna go around this way. Now, we might get jammed on a store early. It's a little bit unfortunate, but we could always just buy fuel and some repairs if that happens to be the case. Ideally, I would like to find hacking in this sector, but that's gonna cost me 80 scrap to get a hold of. Another missile ship, okay. And a combat 2, so, or combat 1 drone. So I really will not be able to drop down to like 1 shields. If there's a beam drone, I would be able to, but I can't here. Again, this is going to be another Leto. This should not be able to do damage through our 2 shields. Okay, we're getting hit. All right, with this weapon offline though, we are now safe, so. Like I said, our 2 shields, it's almost impossible for this ship to hurt us through 2 shields. So once we get this weapon offline, we're completely safe. Also, this system can have a buffer point. They can actually have level 3. So let's say we fired a couple burst shots, 1 could hit shields, 1 could hit the system, 1 could miss, and it could still be fully operational. But we target the threats, right? And once we get their weapons offline, we're now safe. Auto ships take, I think it's like a 1/3 repair speed. So like the amount of time it took, so instead of 12 seconds, it's like 36 seconds to get a repair. I'm gonna choose to go ahead and target piloting here instead of any of the other setups. The reason I want to take out piloting is these ships also tend to have pretty high evasion. All right, and we don't full damage. Now, all these systems are actually considered to be manned. They have the man bonus. So it's like they do have somebody in piloting, they do have somebody in shields, and they do have somebody in weapons. All right, let's take down shields now. Plus we had a little bit of opportunity to maybe get a dodge in here. All right, send 2 to go ahead and do that repair. 60 scrap in a reverse ion field. All right, that's great. Reverse ion field, we are definitely gonna sell. Okay, so that's not a store. There's a possibility of that being a store. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But I'm gonna miss too many jumps if I try to like hit this and backtrack around. Plus I don't have like the fuel to spend on it. So we're just gonna loop around and hopefully that isn't our store or we're able to get to it in time. Now we have to wait again. Waiting is often the best strategy, taking our time. We're gonna want our oxygen to get fully upgraded. Sorry, well, back up to 100%. You'll notice during fights that my oxygen often isn't online because I don't have the reactor for it. I'm using it to power the Artemis missile in most fights, which is fine. Like, as long as you're above 5% oxygen, your crew isn't taking damage, and it takes a long time for your ship to drain O2. This is just another sort of way to conserve on reactor. Like if we bought reactor so that we could have that online, we'd be 20 scrap below where we are right now, which could limit our ability to buy things in stores. Pulsar and a drone fight. All right, so definitely getting the Artemis here. Basic laser and a bomb, hopefully not an offensive drone. It's a beam drone. That's bad. Okay, so both the drone control and its weapons are a threat to us. Technically, we only need the 1. So our beam drone, okay. So once the pulsar is about to fire, we'll have a decision that we have to make. Again, this also could have buffer points in their drone control. But this is a much bigger threat to us than the weapons. So 2 damage. Hopefully takes it offline. Hopefully doesn't have a repair bot. Hopefully it lands. Okay, it didn't land. Yeah, I had to take the drone out. Okay, it's a small bomb. All right, only 2 points in drone control. That's good for us. Here comes the pulsar. Okay, so how pulsars work is important. If we have any power in our shields, they get a hit 100% of the time. And then a random system will be hit. If we have no power in our shields, then it'll hit 2 random systems, which could still include our shields. Now, the amount of ion damage we take is based on how much power is in that system. Essentially, it's the amount of power in the system plus 2, and that total is divided by 2, rounded down. So what we could do is we could put the Artemis in this slot, and if we get hit ioned in the weapons, the Artemis is protected. The burst laser will go offline, the Artemis will stay up. Another option is we could just depower both of our weapons right before the pulsar hits, and if it doesn't hit our weapons, then we're fine. If it does, they're only ion for 5 seconds. Or level 1 ion because there was no power into it. Because we have a guarantee of the Artemis online, we're going to go ahead and drop our shields. Might as well drop our oxygen. We have to wait for it to hit before we can power our shields up. Okay, so we power shields, power oxygen. So we were hitting 2 systems that wasn't pertinent to us. They were hitting their shields and their engines. So hopefully our shield's online before this fires. It is. Now let's crack their weapons. Nice. So now, because both their weapons are offline, we actually want our shield bubble to stay up online. Because we want our weapons to be protected. Now, I really don't want to have to use an Artemis here, but they already got level 1 repair done here. So the option again is we could depower our weapons when the pulsar hits, and they're going to take a 5-second slowdown time. I'd rather just keep the Artemis up. Okay, our weapons didn't get hit. Okay, we have to hit the drone control because the drone is going to become active very soon and start slicing us up. Surrender is 10 scrap plus 1 of resources. That's pretty weak. We're going to say no. All right, shield bubble's already up, so there's power in it. It doesn't matter if the bubble's up, it just matters that there's power in it. Ooh, that's about to go online, though. Yeah, I guess we still let it hit our shields, try and protect our burst laser, save us a missile, maybe? Oh, wow, we got the resist from the ion. Wow. And their weapons got hit. That was kind of fortunate for us. Might have saved us a whole point of damage. That's cool. Okay, 14 scrap. Better. So now that the enemy ship is dead, our FTL actually charges faster. But we're not in a hurry to get anywhere. So make sure our crew is fully healed up. And then we're also going to depower most of our systems so that even if they do get ion while we're jumping away, they won't be ion for too long. All right, so everything is back to normal. Next beacon. All right, that's not a store. We'll take this jump then. Okay, this is the boarding event. This tends to be pretty gross. So we're in a solar flare. Solar flare means that I need to at least keep 1 shield bubble up. By keeping 1 shield bubble up, At most I'm gonna get is 2 fires, 1 hull damage. And now we're gonna see where they land. They're landing in my shields. And there's 3 of them. Okay. All right, so we're gonna send this crew to doors, and this crew is going to be a distraction for them. Once we're in our door system, we'll be able to prevent them from moving about our ship freely. Okay, we're gonna put them into the med bay. If I had dropped my oxygen, that room would have vented a little bit faster. So what we're going to do is kite our crew back and forth in this room. What we're doing is preventing them from leaving. Every time our crew goes back into that room, they stop to go back to their positions. Oh, they're both trying to get into the med bay. Yeah, this is still beneficial. So we're doing more damage of them, like just taking asphyxiation damage, than if we were like punching them. Particularly with only 1 crew. All right, we can speed this up a little bit here. All right, so FTL charged, and there we go. So again, close all exterior doors, fix all interior doors, and we're gonna go ahead and send that crew. So that's, our O2 is gonna even out very quickly. Gonna put the crew there, and we're actually gonna jump before we eat that fire. And they'll actually be repairing it as we jump. All right, well, there's another missile. Happy to see that. Here's our weapons crew. So we did lose a little time on the weapons there. And now that that's fixed, put you into engines. We only need 1 shield bubble, so everything else remains powered. Is that an Artemis? No, it's a Leto. All right. There's a chance we can just take it offline cleanly here. Never mind. Normally I wouldn't do that, but we are too low on hull. Like, now that I'm below 15 hull, it becomes something I really have to keep an eye on. I guess we can do repairs since you're not going to dodge anything. Okay. So same thing, take the weapons offline, get safe in the fight, take down the piloting of this particular ship because it just happens to have high evasion, and then the rest of our shots land. Another nice thing about taking out piloting is once you know your shots are guaranteed to land, it's really easy to figure out how to pick apart the enemy ship. It's like, all right, well, now I know that they're not going to dodge, and they just get this. I know exactly how much damage they're going to be doing to their weapons, or their shields, or their drone control, whatever. Do I want to take this jump? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, if I want to find a store, we're still not going to spend any scrap. Not even on engines to get a couple dodges, so maybe missiles don't hit us as often. Wow. Wow, the missiles. Again, Leto, but still. I could almost fire Artemis at it to try and shoot it down. Okay, we got the dodge. Thank you. Alright. Take down piloting once again. Oh, nice. They only have level 1 piloting. That's a little bit unfortunate. We shot their drone. I was hoping to finish up our dodge training. We can go ahead and bring our oxygen back online, though. Go after his other evasion. There we go. Max dodge. It's possible to shoot down missiles, shoot down drones. All right, 15. Okay, oxygen, crews in their proper positions. Let's go. Okay, well, it does have hacking, but we see that they have an ion and this. So as long as they don't hack our shields, we can't be hurt here. Okay. All right, so not really concerned about dodge here. So let's actually, do I want to take out their this, or do I want to take out their weapons? Let's make the fight safe. Okay. So the other thing is they're only level 1. This was only a level 1 hack. Because it just barely took down our second shield. It's a coin flip whether a level 1 hack takes down 2 shields. Or versus only 1. So that meant that I only had to land 2 of my 3 shots to make the fight safe. All right, so we'll take down the piloting now. Again, fight is safe for us. Let's try and knock down their evasion. Okay. Now we do want to target their weapons. So we will break their weapons here, guaranteed. And that way, if the hacking comes back online and is fixed, we're fine, because their weapons are offline. Go ahead and bring on the oxygen. Like so. And because the system was already damaged, like, we couldn't shoot hacking to cancel a repair. It doesn't work like that. It used to be you could actually set a system on fire and it would just reset repair, but it doesn't do that anymore. All right, 18 bucks. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Store. What do we have? Stealth weapons, long-range scanners, systems. All right, they do have hacking. That's pretty interesting. We got a really interesting store in here. We got some weapons, we got systems, we got long-range scanners. So, we don't have cloaking yet, so stealth weapons, we're definitely not picking up here. I do like stealth weapons with like really fast weapon setups and long cloak times. We do have fast weapons, but that's way down the line. We don't, generally speaking, you're not going to buy an augment that does nothing until you get a system later. It's not a really good deal. Long-range scanners. Now, long-range scanners are one of the most economically beneficial pickups you can have. They let you know where fights are, so you can get a lot of extra money in sectors because you're just hitting fight after fight after fight. As well as they have a ton of blue options, often parallels with the ones that you get from level 2 sensors. So this can often be a really strong pickup, but in my opinion, because it doesn't help me win fights, it's not like pertinent. Yes, again, it does have value, but when a fight starts, it stops. And I'm mostly one to do my best in surviving fights. Scrap recovery arm. Scrap recovery arm is basically unpurchasable in hard mode. I have tried multiple times buying it when I felt were ideal situations, which were sectors in which I didn't really have any more upgrades that I wanted to do on my ship specifically, and I already had hit all the stores in the sector. So that I would essentially have that whole sector, and then until I got to another store to try and farm up money. And every single time I did that, the 3 or 4 times I attempted it, as soon as I got to the store, I immediately sold it and I bought something that I needed. In essence, it's if you're ahead, it just makes you more ahead, and if you're behind, then there's more important things to spend it on. Like, it's rounded down in that you have to generate 1 scrap for every 10 scrap you get. If you get 9 scrap, you get nothing. If you get 19 scrap, you get 1. So in the early sectors, it's at most going to get you 1 to 2 scrap per jump. And if you're doing, like, let's say 6 fights, it's netting you like 12 scrap a sector early on, and you're spending 50 on that. It's not really viable. So this is a hard pass all the time unless, you know, you're memeing or like you're really ahead in the run. As for weapons, Heavy 2 is a really strong weapon in terms of being able to do a lot of system damage. Plus it has 2 projectiles, which is nice. On the other side though, it is going to cost a lot of scrap for us to upgrade to get it online. So probably are going to have to say no to it. And we already do have a weapon. Small bomb kind of fills the same role that we already have with the Artemis. A little bit redundant. While yes, it's nice that we don't have to worry about defense drones with it. It's again, that's a pretty low priority. Like switching off the Artemis to this so we can get around defense drones. No. Again, now we have the Hull Laser. Hull Laser, again, is kind of an interesting option, weapons-based, because our ion weapon that we bought doesn't actually deal damage. So you can use Hull Laser with the Burst 2. We're now firing 5 shots just before we get to 2 shielded ships. So that's really nice. And it only takes 2 reactor to upgrade, so we actually be able to pretty easily get it online. We can't afford possibility. So backup battery is actually pretty nice, even early on. Most reactors going to cost you 40 scrap. 2 reactors going to cost you 40 scrap anyways. So spending 35 scrap thins out the item pool, so you're gonna like get that out of the systems as soon as possible, and so that later on stores won't sell you that system, so you can find the ones that you do want. Here though, I think like the high priority here is just hacking. Hacking just offers us a ton of flexibility. Hacking is a system that I want on every single run. So we're going to go that route, and by doing that, that's really going to limit our ability to do much of anything else. Though we do have the reverse ion field, so we're probably also going to be selling that. So first off, let's go ahead and buy our hacking. And then let's buy the fuel. Okay, so we're now going to sell the reverse ion field, because its benefit is, I mean, if the ships don't even have ions, it doesn't do anything. And the 22 scrap now just has a lot more value in terms of us getting fuel and repairs. We get 1 more fuel, and then we'll go up to 6 repairs. All right. So the reason I did that one just worked out evenly. This puts us in a pretty nice spot in terms of repairs. Like I said, I'd like to be 22 to 24. But I also want 12 to 14 fuel. So we're a little bit low on both of those, but we picked up hacking, so that gives us a lot of defense, so we shouldn't be taking as much damage as we had been taking in fights. Also, maybe we'll stop running into missiles. But hey, that's part of FTL. Like, sometimes you're just going to keep running into missiles. You know, so you do what you can. We didn't really panic in terms of like spend 15 scrap on it. If we've spent 15 scrap on engine, we spent 20 scrap on reactor, there's like a chance we don't get hacking here. There's a chance we don't get enough fuel and we run out of fuel in the next sector. And that is so much more important than, okay, maybe I'll save 2 to 3 damage on hull. Maybe. Like I said, this is why we didn't buy any reactor upgrades. This is why we didn't buy any engines upgrades. So we could get to a store like this and we could do... We did 3 solid purchases. All right, so we're going to go 1, 2, exit. That's going to happen. Would have been nice if we would have been able to get the charge online, but we're in a pretty decent position because, again, we do have hacking. We still have the Artemis. We're only going to be dealing with 2 shielded ships. We have our work a little bit cut out for us, but all in all, we're in an okay position. Again, while this would be better, we got a stronger weapon than this. It's fine that it's usable now. Another thing is like, well, you know, if you didn't get that weapon, you could buy a better weapon here. That's because there's weapons here. There's no guarantee you're going to run into weapons. I have personally had runs of FTL where I didn't see a single weapon for the first 6 stores. So, you take what can be helpful, what can be useful, what gets you against that, like I said, that threshold of being able to just reliably deal damage through 2 shields, and potentially even 3 shields. Like, it gives us that possibility. Even though it's not ideal, even though it's great, it fills a void. And a lot of FTL isn't this is better or this is worse. It's this is the job I need done. You identify what that is, and then you find out what you can get that takes care of that job. Like, what does hacking do for us? Hacking can negate enemy evasion, so I know my shots are going to land. If I need my Artemis missile to land, it's going to happen. If my weapon volley is a little bit slow in the enemies, I can hack their weapon system and buy myself some time, if that's also the case. If it's a safe fight, I can potentially just use the hacking to try and enable crew kills. Like I said, it has a whole lot of flexibility to it. So again, is this weapon ideal? No, but you don't know what's going to happen in future stores. Sometimes you don't see systems. Sometimes you don't see weapons. Occasionally you don't see both. FTL doesn't have a thing that's going to trigger and say, oh, well, we've hosed you a whole lot thus far. Here's some help. Again, a lot of the situation is rough just on account of we really haven't got a whole lot of scrap for what we've been doing, as well as we've just taken so much ship damage from missiles. So let's continue. Wow. What do we have here? 2 missiles for drone parts. Probably no. 12 drone parts is a good amount of drone parts. Like, I really don't try and start saving up on drone parts until I'm down to about 7 of them. Unless I have like a drone control as well and I'm just burning through drones, or I'm like committed to using drones every single fight. Hopefully we're not in that scenario. I don't know, going down to 9 missiles. Because I can't get the charge online right now, I feel like we're going to be a little bit more reliant on the Artemis missile in the early sector upcoming, so I'm actually going to ignore this. Even though this is more valuable. This is 24 scrap to 12. Continue. Really? Again? What is it, a 1 in 6 to take damage? Okay, well, I'll roll a 1 in 6 now that I have hull and I have hacking. Or we get nothing. Great. All right, we're not diving this sector. Civilian or rock controlled. So this is a forest green sector, but civilian sectors are generally best sectors in the game. 2.5 stores, a myriad of ships. So whatever we're weak against, it's not like we're only going to see that kind of ship. On the other side, rock controlled again also has 2 stores, but rock ships can start having cloaking in sector 2. So if it's just like cloaking and a big missile, we're at a pretty decisive disadvantage. Now, the other thing that's potentially an issue with rock sectors is they have a rock mine event, which can kill one of your crew, where we only have 3. But we have a missile that's not a hull missile, so we actually have a blue option for that event. Still, civilian sectors, it's 99 times out of 100, if you have the option of civilian sector, you're going to go civilian sector. All right, well, what's the sector layout? Okay, well, no nebula jumps. That's a little bit unfortunate. We're not really looking for a store early on, but I still kind of want to know where they are. So I'll take this beacon first to kind of get the layout of the land. So we can go like, when I'm mapping out a sector, I want to be adjacent to every beacon or land on that beacon. And that allows me to know how many stores are in a sector. Because if you see all the beacons and like you haven't seen the number of stores, then you're like, all right, well, they're now over at this exit. Or if you do see them early, you're like, okay, well, I now know that I'm not going to see a store in the rest of the sector, so maybe I can do some ship improvements because I'm going to have a couple jumps to earn scrap before I actually do get to a store. So sector 3. Let's talk about what we're going to start seeing 2 shielded ships. Our weapon system isn't great, even though we do have hacking online. It would be really beneficial if we could get another upgrade to our weapons to get the ion online as well. So that is a little bit of a priority. That's probably definitely our priority. Yeah, getting this weapon online is the thing we want to try and push for this sector. All right, has hacking, looks like a heavy laser and a halberd beam. These don't time up particularly amazing, so our 2 shields are going to keep us relatively safe here. Okay, so we rolled it and we just got, all right, well, we do have a late store. 1, 2, 3, 4. Going to a store with 12 scrap doesn't feel great. All right, so we can take this fight. We can go here. I was hoping there'd be more fights before we hit the stores. All right, so this is a guaranteed fight. Let's go here. Here. That distress doesn't connect except through the store, so we're probably going to go down. What is this? Suns, which aren't bad. Asteroid fields can be disgusting, but all right. We're going to try and make money before we get to a store, if we have to. But again, our priority really is trying to get this weapon online, and then we're going to have to buy a reactor. So that's what the next 55 scrap is going to really be into. But we should be making more scrap this sector. We should be approaching like 200 scrap. All right. We reject their offer. Have to. Okay, so they have an ion. They got this burst 2. They have a pike beam, but they only have 1 shield. It's probably our startup. So their weapons are very dangerous. They have 4 projectiles and a beam weapon. Now, an option is we could flash shields, let the ion hit, put our 2 shields back up, face the burst laser, put power into our evasion. Hopefully it doesn't connect with us, and then our shields are back up before the pipe beam fires, and we get like a couple volleys, and we don't even have to use like a drone for it. I have 13 drone parts. that's a little bit messy. So what we're going to do is we're just going to hack their weapons. And the other thing here is, okay, so this is also, I should go, again, I had to, everything. So this is 2 power, 2 power, 1 power. If we do 2 damage to their weapon system, if this comes offline, we become completely safe. Yeah, if this comes offline, we're still in danger, so we're probably going to fire all of our weapons into their weapon system. But we are going to let their ion weapon fire first. And then we're going to hack. This buys us the most amount of time, and also it means that if this ion does hit our shield system, they will recover in time before this fires. You do want the enemy ship's weapons to charge before you hack them down, because there's the time they're going to charge, then the time you hack them down, and then the time they charge back. So that gives you the most value for delaying their weapons firing. Wow, that doesn't look like it's actually hitting a key system, so yeah, we can drop that. Nice. Well, we got a breach, which is great. What's bad about it is that it's a slug ship, so the breach doesn't really matter. Now we're gonna fire our dual laser shots into here. Okay, so the ion's the only thing left online. So let's go ahead and rotate down to our sensors and see exactly what kind of crew they have. It's an NG and a human. All right, so the room that is hacked, the repair speed of that room is cut in half. So essentially it's going to take 12 seconds for the NG to do a system repair. So what we want to do is actually fire at shields now. What's good about this is the pilot is now going to leave to go ahead and repair shields. And this means that their evasion is incredibly low. All right, since it's going to still take a little bit of time for them before their weapons are a threat, we're going to go ahead and pop shields again. Oh, that should have been online. All right, that was a mistake. Pop shields again, though. They offer me 4 fuel, 2 missiles, and 12 scrap. Okay, 24 scrap, so I won't be able to get the charge online, but I do get 4 fuel, which is nice. As I said, we're lower on fuel than I generally like to be, so we would buy this fuel, all right? So because we would buy this much fuel, we have to go like, all right, so this is another 12 scrap of a resource we actually want. So that's 24? 24 scrap plus 2 missiles. I'm not getting a crew kill here. We could just get plenty of resources. All right, let's not accept the surrender. We're not in danger of taking damage this fight. Maybe we'll just get more money. Now, this slowed repair only counts as long as the system is online. It doesn't have to be active. It just has to be powered. We possibly get 2, 3 fuel. Because I already know where the other stores in the sector are, we can always just hop to one of them, even though that is potentially losing scrap as well. Because we go to a store instead of a fight to get money. 1 fuel, 19 bucks. The offer was better. All right. Yeah. I don't get that online. Not going to a store. Next logical jump then. Sell. I kind of want the charge online, because getting the charge online probably saves us from firing missiles. Or we could sell 10 missiles and go to the store with 61 scrap. I think the 5 for 15 is pretty viable here. I still want the Artemis to be a viable weapon for us, even if we could get the charge online. We essentially would have like no buffer points in our weapons, and then if our weapons get hit, it's like, oh, I wish I could like maybe be a little bit more reliant on the Artemis to be able to do damage for me. But hopefully we're still not that far away. We can still get this online, saves a couple Artemis missiles, so that essentially will pay for itself for us. $46 plus. How am I going to get to that store? Am I going to go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Do I even have 7 jumps left in the sector? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. I don't really know. 2. Okay, yeah, we can count. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 1 jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's jump 4. That's jump 4. Yeah, we only have like 5 jumps left in the sector. Okay, so we're probably just gonna go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. We have to go 6 jumps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is probably what we're gonna do. Concern really is just the fuel situation. Continue. At least it's a challenging run. You know, if I just got like a free burst laser 2 and we hop through, it's like, well, yeah, it's not as educational as seeing a struggle run kind of like this. Fuel. I think it's super dangerous to run out of fuel. If you run out of fuel, there's no guarantee if the fleet pursuit catches up with you, you get fuel from that event. Like, you can get stuck at a beacon for 6, 7 jumps. Sometimes it's just nothing. You can just keep getting nothing over and over and over again. Again, I don't like rolling a risk. It's like, well, okay, there's only a 10% chance this just ends my run. Nope, you can't play that way. You have to play towards like the elimination of the things that end your run. I would like backup battery. Okay, let's get up to 23 repairs. It just thinks there was no nebula jumps, and then like all the fights were far away. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so 4 jumps to end the sector. Hi there. Hey, it's the shield hacking event. All right, they have a burst 2 and a heavy laser 1. If I go down to 1 shield, technically I fire first. So I could use my hacking, I cancel this out, and it's just my dodge versus what they have. Either way, it's going to cost me a missile. It doesn't cost me a drone part to hack counter this. Oh, we just got all these repairs. It's just that this ship has such high evasion, too. Alright. So we're doing this, and we're just gonna fire an Artemis missile. Do we have full weapons training? Oh, we don't. Alright, so we risk taking essentially 2 damage here. Nice, we got the dodge. Okay. A little bit of weapons training makes the difference. Okay, drop their evasion. So even, like I said, the ships are always have manned even if you damage the system. So that, like, they only have level 1 piloting, their evasion should be 0, but it keeps on going. All right, so we take the evasion offline. Now we go for shields. Wow, they had a buffer point in their shields. Okay, that's fine. We're immune from taking damage from a single laser, so we go ahead and do it this way. $25. Okay, let's go ahead and upgrade our weapons. That's kind of what I wanted to do in the sector. So what we can do, I know we haven't got a lot of reactor, but A, this keeps our weapons safer, so it's kind of a defense for our weapons. B, if we are going to like hack enemy weapons or the enemy weapons are slow, then we can go ahead and switch to these and just not fully power our shields. But the next upgrade will be reactor. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, 3 jumps left. Barely. All right, settlement. Okay, guarantee double rewards here. That's really nice. Attack the pirate. So this ship is always going to only have 2 crew in it. And they got a burst laser and a mini beam. So the mini beam fires at 11 seconds. This fires at 12. We do have to do 2 damage to their weapon system to get it offline. We're gonna try and rely a lot on dodges. So now we have this interesting choice right here. And that is how we're gonna fire our weapons. If we fire our 2 ions, our weapons are gonna be slower than theirs because we have to wait for the ions to hit. But if we fire them now, what can happen is that the burst laser takes down their shields, and then the ion damage takes their weapons offline for us. And that buys us like a couple seconds for our weapons to charge and cycle again. So we're actually going to do that. Or they dodge 60% of our shots. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to micro pause. Here comes the first shot. Our weapons charge at about the same time, so let's drop this to power our engines as much as possible. Okay, that hit. We'll just take the power from this bubble because it's not going to get out. That bubble's not going to get up in time. All right, and then we just swap it around like that. The other thing is these 2 ion damage only take down a single shield bubble anyways. There we go. Okay. Oxygen online. Curiosity what kind of crew they have. Human. Okay. Gonna wait for the third ion shot. Nope, nope, apparently not. Apparently not. Okay. Go back to 2. Nope, I didn't shift power. That's on me. Okay, now we'll switch to auto fire because we did land 2 of our ion shots. So that's a 10-second charger of ion damage onto their shields, so it's going to make stacking a lot easier. We only need 1 shield bubble up now. We can go ahead and bring back on our oxygen. Now I want to crack their shields. Piracy cannot be forgiven. All right. 26 and 10. See, that, like I said, that already kind of puts us, we're sort of at the breaking point power-wise. Like, I can't do much of anything else with any additional upgrades. So let's go ahead and buy a reactor. So it's going to make the ability to move power around. Like, we weren't even using hacking, and hacking is going to lock in that reactor that we use for it. So we're going to buy the first power bar 2 jumps before we exit Sector 3. And a sun. That's pretty gross. What are you hacking? Okay, they're hacking doors. Oh, so if the AI is hacking and we have hacking, generally, most of the time, like 99% of the time, we're going to want them to hack us and see where that hack lands before we respond, because that can alter how we do the fight. For example, if they hack our hacking, then our hack drone gets blown up, and then we got no advantage from it right off the bat. That's not ideal. It could turn what, like, maybe they hack a system that isn't a threat or that causes us much harm. We can just ignore it and do something else entirely. Or they hack something like our missiles and it's like, uh-oh, or our weapon system. And it's like, oh no, like we have to actually now just like rush to get out of this fight because it became very dangerous. So you're gonna wanna wait. We do power here. Because I have a missile, we're actually gonna go and do this. And we're gonna go ahead and hack their weapons to buy our weapons some time. They only have a single shield bubble, so there's good enough chance a lot of our shots will land. They do have 4 to 5 power in their weapon system. It's gonna be pretty difficult to actually take their weapons offline, so it might be better for us to fire the burst laser and then dump the ions into here to try and land enough stuff to take systems offline. We'll see. And this also, by doing this, it means that we can run max engines the entire time, so we can get out of this fight if things get gross. Okay, we also see that it's a Leto. That's excellent. Get down. Okay, so doing 4 damage doesn't take this offline. I'm sorry, doing 4 damage would take it offline. So, if we fire the charge ion, we'll take down 1 shield bubble, and then we hit every single shot. We still don't take their weapons offline. So this is the only chance that we have that will take their missile weapon offline here. And again, just casual 60% evasion. It's unfortunate. Okay, just let that crew do its thing. Go ahead, hit shields here. All right, try and crack their weapons again. Oh, I just messed up. Because they allowed this to get ioned, and now I can't power it for the heavy here. Wow, this evasion is just the worst. Well, I'm really glad. So I could potentially take 2 damage here because of the mishacking, or the shield issue, because I didn't depower it. Artemis is now going to get online. And now we actually could also get hit by the solar flare. Yeah, this is really bad for us. Okay, I can't vent. Gonna hack here. Try again to hit their weapons. Okay, the weapons are ion, so I still can't vent. Probably taking like a couple system damage here. Well, finally could land shots. That's helpful. Okay, I would really like my medbay not to burn down. Okay, we got that. So I should have taken 2 damage less. That fire from the solar flare could have been worse. It wasn't great, but it definitely could have been worse. All right, let's put this fire out before it spreads. As it spreads. Okay. Let's hit them in their hacking, because they can't dodge, they're just dead anyways. Okay, let's try and put this fire out now. Our FTL's already charged. Try and get things under control. Okay, put pilot back here. Continue this repair. We're gonna move this crew over here to heal up, because this isn't gonna spread to a system again, so. Once we get that door repaired, we can properly vent, move that crew here. All right, gonna move them here as we're jumping. That was a pretty gross fight. See someone to sell to us. Okay, we got free stuff. I didn't want, like, if they're stuck here and there's like a hack and I don't pay attention, then I could potentially just lose crew. It would have been better really to just rotate them to the systems that they belonged into, but I was just like, once I already committed to doors, then I didn't want to run them back. So we're going to go to the next sector, which is NGs. All right. NG sectors are pretty hit and miss. We're forced into it. If we don't have an NG crew, which has like a lot of blue options in the sector, we can just get a lot of nothing. But there are 2 to 3 stores. There aren't many fights, which is nice. But if there are fights, particularly against NGs, if there are fights against NGs, they will have defense drones, so our Artemis missile is not going to be strong. Again, we don't have a choice, though. All right, so check out our sector layout here. The other thing about sector layouts is we want to make sure all the jumps connect the way we think they do. Yeah, like all this stuff like connects pretty nicely. There's nothing worse than thinking a jump connects and it doesn't, and you die from it. So like, yeah, we want to go like here, here, and there to kind of finish up the sector. So we likely won't see these two beacons. And here's the problem though, is we got 3 shielded ships upcoming. If there are 3 shielded ships with a defense drone, we can't really hurt them. The only way we could is if we upgraded our hacking and did hack bypass to try and get through, which I guess is the best thing we can do here. As much as I would like to get the Artemis online, this gives me a little bit more flexibility, because if the same token, if the fights are bad, then we're just going to hack their weapons and run away. And nothing else really helps us. So like, getting a buffer point in our shields, it's 40 scrap for a buffer point. I typically, because we have a defensive system in hacking, and we have our 2 shields, like I'm pretty okay with that being our sector 4 into sector 5 sort of defensive system. If you have like 2 shields in defense drone or 2 shields in cloaking, like that I generally feel like pretty okay with sector 4, sector 5. That's just from experience. So I don't really want to do that. Again, engines, I don't really care about engines until I get something like cloaking, or if I'm in a situation where like I'm trying to find a store and I'm just taking damage and I'm just mostly trying to get out of fights and maybe buy a dodge or 2 to survive because we fell really far behind in hull but not scrap. Okay. But yeah, like that's just not a system I care about. These things are just blue options. I'm indifferent towards them. So hacking sort of gives us best offensive and defensive options. The only issue is, again, if we do a level 2 hack, it's going to eat a lot of power. So I have to think about whether I need to get a reactor upgrade here. Probably coast it. Because if we're doing hacking, then that's it. Like, if we're doing a weapons hack, then we kind of do this with our weapons. This is just really gross. It's just been, like I said, we took so much damage from missiles. Okay. Foolish meat sacks. Okay. So we have some borders. We have a defense 2 here. Ion and a basic laser. So on the good side, they are not that much of a threat offensively to us. Okay, we only got 1 Mantis here. That's pretty doable in terms of dealing with our borders. Okay, this fires at 10 seconds. And these fire at 6-second intervals. So if 1 ion hits, this fires, we're completely safe. So again, we're pretty good defensively against them. The DD2 is an issue. I'm just trying to figure out if it's actually better to hack their drones and blow up a bunch of their drone parts, or shields and try and land shots. I honestly think it's drones here, just because of like how much dodging or how much defense they have. Like, this is super annoying to bypass. It's incredibly annoying to bypass. I don't just mean with the hack, I mean just with our projectiles. While, again, offensively, it's not too much of a threat. All right, so let's get these 2 in here to deal with this. We want a 2-on-1 to just kill them as fast as possible. And yeah, we're gonna target their drones here. If their weapons were more of a threat, or we needed to hack their shields to land shots, or we had a way that, you know, like this could so easily shoot a burst laser shot and a charge ion shot, and we just don't do anything to them. And I would do something potentially different if their weapon system was more threatening. All right, so the drones are coming to take a look at our drone, and we're gonna just keep micro pausing. Okay, so we turn our drone off. That shot misses. Turn our drone off again. Both those shots miss. Okay. So, in terms of blowing up drones, when you do a hack, the higher level hack it is, the more likely you are to blow up the drones. It's like 33% at level 1, and that rolls on each drone. It hits the 60th, it hits like 66%, I think, around there at level 2, and then it's in the 75% at level 3. I don't recall the exact numbers. So we really would like to do a level 2 hack here if possible. But we're gonna wait for our volley to charge. Okay, so next thing we're gonna do, because we haven't got to do this yet, is crew rotation. So we're gonna move this crew out of the room and this crew out of the room while we're paused. And then we're going to place them back in the room like so. We can see where the highlights are. So they're actually gonna swap in the room and keep attacking this enemy. Okay, so here's a single projectile. This is safe for us. Okay, now we put both crew back where they belong. 18 seconds. Let's drop our shields and put them back up. And what we're doing is we're flashing our shields. So the ions will hit 3 different systems. So one will hit our shields at most, and then it'll hit everything else that I'm less concerned about. So I wanted to fire these 3 ions, though, because we're actually going to take the power from here and do this. So that's going to hack their drones and hopefully put 3 ion damage into their shields for us. Okay, there's the shield hit. Okay, unfortunately, this gets in there. I wanted it to be level 2 to give me the most chance to bust their weapons. All right, now we're gonna try and break their weapons to create the fight, to make the fight safe. There we go. All right, let's go ahead, get this repaired. Now, fortunately for us, not fortunately, it is by design, these are Mantis over here, so they're not going to be able to fix things quickly. Kind of keep an eye on what they're doing. All right, we'll pick the drones back up. But we have time. That's what's important, is that we have a lot of time before they get that repaired. All right. Hack it down again. Wow, that's nuts that it actually just hit the same drone repeatedly. Okay. Did you blow up? No. All right. Eventually they will all run out of drone parts. Okay. Let's put people crew back. So I think we've blown up 3 drone parts so far. That's their 4th drone to play. Notice how they haven't put out the anti-drone. Again, pretty high dodges there. All right, so there was only this one. Okay, because this is going to take 15, about each ion circle is 5 seconds. So this is 3, so it's 2.5 essential circles. So we're looking at 15 seconds before this comes off a cooldown, which is enough time for us to charge our weapons. So we'll go ahead and just do a volley at their weapons. All right, well, they dodged enough. Okay, the ion's back online. Gonna wait for the full charge. Gosh, the ridiculous evasion every time. Okay. Okay, again, so we're just gonna try it and flash our shields when it's safe for us to do so. Unfortunately, this hasn't broke yet. 2 ions incoming. Okay, that's fine. We'll let them actually hit because it only takes down 1 shield bubble. Yeah, we could have procced our evasion. 1 ion in the weapon. Okay, max our dodge here. Go ahead, got to put this oxygen in O2. Or sorry, put this reactor into oxygen. Can you break? Nice. All right. Come on, you're not gonna roll 66% twice. 66% twice, okay. Well, what we can do now, though, is get this weapon online. Should have swapped that over once this was already hit. Again, I keep doing this at 2 power, even though we're really tight on reactor. I just want this drone busted, because it can just target all the projectiles. Alright, they're now out of drones. Okay, so we want this to be charged to full. It makes stacking ions a whole lot easier for us. Nice. Alright, so what we can actually do is if you hit control, you can actually set 1 weapon to auto fire. So let's go ahead, we're gonna burst laser at their weapons, because again, the weapons are now back to being dangerous. And now they're not. Okay, so it looks like we're actually gonna win the fight from here now. So spooky. $25. Sure. What a slog of a run. Alright, we're at 66 scrap. Is there an immediate store? No. So let's go ahead and buy a reactor. Yeah. I mean, we saw that when we're doing the level 2 hacking, we cannot power both of our weapons. We knew that before we went into that fight. Maybe there's we need an ion weapon event. Okay. Two shields. They have a missile weapon, a basic laser, a burst, and another basic laser, and they're gonna board us. So we're gonna weapons hack, because that's gonna buy us 7 seconds, plus the draining, plus the recharging, so it's gonna buy us about 14 seconds. And we're gonna see if we can land double volleys into their weapons. This ship does only have 2 crew, so there is a possibility of a crew kill here. Nope, nope, the one from doors. I saw the one from engines move. They're doing some rotation stuff. I don't think I can vent that in time, even with, well... No O2. If we vent from here, we'll get some additional oxygen. And let's check what their weapons are. Basic laser, burst 1, and the missile, another Lado. Crow, come on, you know they had to have another missile weapon. Yeah? All right, at least this crew will now have the benefit. The only problem is we will lose our bonus. I mean, we're not really charging engines, so... Wait for the 3 shots. Wow. Got everything offline, plus that is 15 seconds for those weapons to even get back online. Do I care about trying for a crew kill here? If we went for a crew kill, we let this crew member go back. All right, let's see. Because we have so much time. Ah, it's an NG. Maybe we can get a fire going in there. I don't know. Is Dalton going to be the one that boards us next? Feels a little risk because we only dealt like the 1 damage. But our hacking will come offline. Okay, just 4 shots. So we technically could do a So when we hack now, we could let these two weapons fire, and then we hack, and we want it to only be a level 1 hack. And then this will fire, and then our 2 shields will have recovered. I haven't really talked about this part. I've been hacking weapons a lot. Most people don't hack weapons enough. Hacking weapons is just incredibly strong because, as I said, time is like it's a free resource. So if I have a way to win a fight without taking any damage, but it's going to take me 20 minutes versus doing a shield hack and maybe I'm going to roll damage a couple times, I'm going to do the 20-minute fight. That's okay. That's not what I wanted to see happen. I think only 1 ion hit. No. Okay, let's hit with another one. Auto fire. Just try and keep the stack going. Or not. Okay, it's gonna undo, so there's no point stacking right now. So now that this weapon's offline, we're just going to do a full hack. The benefit of this is, generally speaking, the AI is going to depower its least charged weapon, which right now is this. So hopefully we're baiting the AI into taking this weapon offline if we strike their weapon system again. Okay. Hopefully. Okay, 2 gives me just a better chance of taking the shield offline. Oh, the NG got the repair done. That's gross. All right, so we're gonna just switch to the Artemis here. Unfortunately, I don't really need the dodge for these shots. Oxygen back online. It's because it's an NG. NG's doing NG things. NG's doing more NG things. The dodges, like they have a pilot, but they don't have anybody on engine, so it's 5% less than where it was. It's just, yeah. Okay, shot incoming. Try and dodge it with 30% evasion. Nope, get a double fire instead. Okay, try and put that out in time. I doubt I will, but we'll try. Wow. All right. So that's the power of venting there. We just held on. Saved ourselves a hull point. Okay. Are you at 15% health? You're at 19. Okay. So they can't die even if they're hit by a shot. Okay, we killed the NG. And took their weapons offline. Who's my weapons crew? Okay, you go there. Engine crew go there for a second. Okay, so we're still gonna get a crew kill out of this. It wasn't inherently the intention. Like, what we did want a crew kill is just... as soon as they get hit, they'll die, and we get the mullet. Okay, 18 scrap and an NG. Okay. That could be really good. So in terms of crew kills, again, you should just try crew kills where you could. Like, the going for a crew kill there didn't inherently change the fight. Like, yeah, we sent a crew back, but they still have 2 crew doing repair. Once we killed the Zoltan, like that, nothing really changed. I couldn't trick the NG into coming over for a crew kill. Right? All right, we're gonna go ahead and put the NG indoors, since it took us as long to get crew. The reason we put them indoors is so we have door control now throughout our entire ship. If there would be a benefit, or we just don't have any borders, we can go ahead and just move them into shields at some point during the fight, before it really would make much of a difference. Store, distress, store. 64. I kind of want to do the distress first. I almost want to do both distresses first and then hit a store because we have the NG. But this store could be a dud, and we could find a better weapon for us here. We do have some stuff we could potentially sell. I mean, this is 25, this is 19. There is a couple, like, pretty straightforward pickups we could do. We could also just get whole. The only problem with going to this store is then I have to go to this store. I don't think I want to do that. I think we just go distress, store, and then try and fill out our ship the rest of the way. Again, our weapons are a little bit wonky. That's being kind. Nah, let's go find a better weapon. Because we're struggling as is. Alright, there is nothing here. Okay. Like, getting mind control online over the Artemis is not particularly beneficial here. We're not even going to get repairs right now. Wow, those are really bad weapons as well. Okay, all right. Yeah, none of these weapons help us out in this situation. We have to do too many upgrades. These are 3-power weapons. Our missile weapon is already better than this one, so it's not worth considering. There's no systems here of interest. So, probably just gonna get the Artemis online, and we'll get fuel and repairs. So 2 fuel, because I want my 14. We'll do this. Hopefully the NG procs at these beacons and we get some money. But I can't really afford to put the Artemis online right now. Smoldering research station. Okay, we can board the station. Okay, it's safe to board, and then you can grab like a little bit of money and leave without risking any of your crew, or you can risk crew if they have a if you have a clone bay. Unfortunately, it didn't roll that way for us here. Ship without life forms within a dense asteroid field. Can the fleet pursuit double here? Five hull damage, 1 system damage, machine scrap, and resources. All right, yeah, so it's a coin flip of us just taking 5 damage and getting nothing. If we search for the ship and we find it, okay, so no, it's a 2 out of 3. 5 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the remains of the ship is a weapon. Wow, this is a tough choice. I just spent 10 scrap on repairs, on those repairs. So flipping it for a little bit of money ain't great, but flipping it for a weapon would be phenomenal. Is it just 1 system damage and damage is on fire? Your engines take a system damage. Yeah, repairs cost me 15 scrap. So I'm risking 15 for a 33% chance of a free weapon. Take the weapon. Pike beam. Okay. All right. Yeah. The damage is not as relevant. We bought hull so that we could spend hull. We bought hull so we could survive fights. Rolling it there with a high chance for a free weapon when we're in a situation that we're behind in finding weapons makes a lot of sense to me. That's such a huge pickup. Okay, so I have 44 scrap. So, like, we have the possibility of just, like, hacking piloting and getting our shots to land. Maybe I want to get the Artemis online. We don't do anything else. Unless I want to think about getting a reactor here again. I mean, that's kind of what we look like. I guess that's fine. The reason I say this looks fine to me is, yeah, I'm still shuffling power, but I'm not that far out of what my comfort zone is going to be. Right? Like, if I buy a reactor, it puts me further away of potentially just getting the Artemis online. And then just doing weapons hack, setting up for a massive salvo to try and take enemies apart. And then if not, reacting afterwards. 15 scrap plus another 25 scrap. Nice. All right, 1, 2. We want to be here in 3 jumps. There's a possibility we find a store in the sector, but I'm just going to go ahead and get that upgrade in my weapons that I thought about. We've already seen 2 stores. Yes, there could be a third, but we know it's not this beacon, or this beacon. So it would have to be here. If that's the case, we're still not terrible because we'll just buy some fuel repairs, sell that, and go on our merry way. So let's go ahead and buy that to get Artemis online if we need it. Because again, nothing else really is beneficial getting online. So a lot of what I'm doing is I'm buying options. Like, is an extra 5% dodge and my engine's charging going to make or break a fight? Not really. Most of the time it's not going to. Is getting an Artemis online so that I have a chance of dealing 2 damage through any defenses outside of, defense drones or Zoltan shields. Can that make a pretty sizable difference in a fight? Yes. Even if we don't fire it and like our weapons get hit and we can downshift just to keep it online. This is a much more significant improvement. Also, it just gives us a buffer point in our weapon system. Like, that's the system we really want to protect the most. I mean, shields are also important, but like of all the system, like it's shields and that. So we just spent 50 scrap to have essentially better defense for our weapon system plus better offense. And we don't even, for that defense, it doesn't actually cost us reactor. Investigate. Okay, get nothing. 1, 2. All right, so that's the fight. They got 3 shots. This is 11 seconds. This is 11 seconds. I think there's a good chance that this second shot from here doesn't take down our shield bubble until this is done firing. The missile is a problem, so we are having to do 4 damage to their weapon system before their weapon system goes offline. Now, this could be a Hermes missile, which means it's going to time well enough with their weapons. So we're going to weapons hack here. And this is essentially going to give us 2 volleys to their 1. Like, yeah, if I hack their shields, I have a chance of dealing more damage, but their missile fires. Let's say their 3 damage missile fires hits me in the weapons. I'm in a bad spot. I'm in a very bad spot. So now we are able to, like I said, just kind of minimize our reactor use for the time being. We're going to do a full duration hack. And just go ahead and fire our Artemis. Okay, now we're going to use our burst to set up our pike beam here. All right, and now we want to pike beam through the piloting and here before this other shot lands in the hopes that we negate some of their dodge. See, dodge is gone. This has to hit now. All right, so now 2 shield bubbles keeps us safe. So that means we can depower our Artemis and go ahead and power our 2 shield bubbles. Yeah, I guess I could put them in shields for the bonus. No, could have done the same thing. The really nice thing about the pike beam, even though it slows down our volley to 16 seconds, is that we're doing a lot of damage, which we were really struggling to deal a lot of damage. Like, our volleys were dealing 2 damage unless we use the Artemis missile, and then we could kick it up to like 3 because we had a depower into something else. So now we're doing these 4, 5, 6 damage volleys, 7 damage volleys. That's phenomenal. Plus, because we're hitting multiple systems, if ships are trying to run away, their crew have to go and repair them first. So like I said, hacking shields in this fight would have enabled the ability for us to do more damage, but we also risk taking damage. Hacking piloting would have guaranteed our shots hit, but it would also allow the Hermes to fire, and I don't right now currently have a solution to this. We were taking a little bit of a chance that it was going to be able to dodge, say, 2 Artemis missiles and have above 33% dodges against the burst lasers. Okay. And even if you do hack shields, they still have some evasion, though you could like hack shields, pike beam through. But again, I didn't want this weapon to fire. I don't want this weapon to fire, hit in our weapons, and it's just like, oh, well, now we're just going to take a beating. We play it safe and negate taking damage. That's fine. We have quite a lot of time before we're in trouble. The other thing nice about the pike beam is oh my gosh, I don't think I ever actually hit through O2, which I should have done. Is that it's very fast. So we don't need a massive window for the pike beam to hit max damage. 5 fuel, 5 missiles, 16 scrap. Wow. That's honestly really tempting. Like I said, that gets me to 14 fuel. We then, like, Artemis can be activated. 16 scrap plus 9 is 25 scrap, which I believe gets us a reactor. What more do we want? Artemis is online for a long period of time. Reactor, that sets us up for everything. Sure. Again, assuming that's not actually a store. Buy that reactor bar, though. Go ahead, put him back indoors. All right, it's looking better. Now we're almost just in, like, need cloaking range. Okay. Ooh, hull beam. Hull beam just fires faster for us. Like I was talking about that window that we got. We saw it actually in that range because the first and third shot of the burst hit in terms of shields. But this is going to save us 2 seconds on our volley, which might enable us to snipe enemy weapons before they have a chance of firing. Twice, even. That we'll have like 2 volleys. So we'll take that. Put that online. And we now could potentially consider getting a one-shot build. I guess I could kind of talk about now. So hull beam has, against phase 1, phase 2, 9 damage swipe, and then phase 3, it's an 8 damage swipe. Pike beam is 6 every phase. So essentially we just need something that deals the 22 damage in phase 2 to get us there. So you're like, all right, 9 plus 6 is 15, so we just need another 7 damage, which is a halberd beam, which is another hull beam. It could just be another, potentially just like I guess you could get like another pike beam and a couple of other shots because they're only 2 power and we have 4 weapon slots because that's really good. But we don't push for that early. Again, we don't have a Zoltan shield. We don't have a defense drone. And I don't have cloaking. So I have absolutely nothing defensively for us except for 2 shield bubbles and hacking. And if I force hacking to have to be on shield so that I can get my weapons through, then I'm in a lot of trouble, because there will be fights where I'm going to want to use hacking for something else. Explain friendly or accept their offer of surrender. Offer of surrender, it's always guaranteed stuff. All right, it's not a lot of stuff, but sure. Jump to the next sector. Doc, yeah, we're gonna ignore this. Sometimes you can still get a fight from this. Didn't. Rebel or Mantis? We're definitely going Mantis here. So Rebel sectors are more money, but it's much more dangerous. And they're also only 1.5 stores. Same thing with Mantis sectors. So no thank you. I don't want to deal with Rebel ships with 2 offensive drones and maybe even 3. We just really can't handle it. I would need another system online before I can deal with that. Mantis ships, on the other hand, Mantis ships have a tendency to have weaker weapons. With the Advanced Edition update, they tended to punish Mantis ships for having teleporter. So they are often weaker. They also have pretty good opportunities for us to get crew kills because the Mantis are so bad at being able to do repairs. So this is a bit of a safer bet. Plus, we still have the same green-red split decision here. If we had something like we were really safe, and I just also wanted like additional money, Rebel controlled makes a lot of sense. Again, this is high scrap, but this is way riskier than this sector for us, and we're not really in a position, I feel, to like make up the difference of those threatening fights. Again, we are in a situation where if we get cloaking, we should be able to win, even without mind control, even without crew. So we're at this like 150 scrap threshold, gets us in a really strong position to win at FTL. And so I don't want to like risk it just to get a lot of additional more money. Mantis sectors aren't the worst in terms of scrap. They're a little bit weaker than normal, but weaker than, they're not as bad as like Uncharted. Pirates, I think, can also be kind of disgusting, but we're not missing out on store opportunities. All right, not a store. So again, beacon. So we get to see those 3 beacons there. Get to see these 3 beacons here in case of stores. We pop this beacon. Let's just see this one. We can hop over here. Here. Let's just pick up that beacon, perhaps. Sees that one. Down. All right, so we are able to see all the beacons potentially for a store. Let's go. All right, Mantis warships ambush you, intended coordinates. Okay, so it looks like they have a burst, 2, and a basic laser. So we do 2 damage to their weapon system, we're completely safe. So an Artemis missile landing makes us completely safe. Attack the ship. So what can we do? We could hack shields, because our weapons are going to fire first, hull beam through a bunch of their systems, and then burst into their systems. We're going to save ourselves an Artemis missile here, and they'd have to dodge with damaged piloting all 3 burst laser shots. It's a bit unlikely. And then we'll still actually have the Artemis up to give us yet another chance. So they have to dodge 4 shots in a row with a distracted pilot. Okay, we're going to keep our NG crew here because they are going to board. So let's go ahead and do that strategy. It's a little bit of risk. But if we wanted to guarantee this, we could hack their engines and just put an Artemis missile into their weapons and be done with it. Which also had the benefit, it probably locks the NG on their ship into their engines. I just don't want to use the Artemis. Other options. I guess we could hack weapons and buy time to like try and get our volleys to land. But let's say if we land every single burst shot and then the whole beam, this is the only weapon that goes offline. We still have to deal with this. So shield hack, slightly less resources, incredibly likely to get exactly what we want. Double mantis. Okay, so we're gonna run them into this room and start venting this area aggressively, drop our oxygen. And then open this up. Both of these doors is so that we are venting as fast as possible. This is the hard stuff in FTL, aside from, well, outside the strategy, but in a fight, it's dealing with borders and paying attention to what's going on in the enemy ship. So because I already know that my weapons are going to charge before their weapons are a threat, their weapons are not a concern. The thing that is a concern is the timing between my hacking and taking their weapons offline. Now the whole beam is 14 seconds. My hacking lasts for 7, okay? So when this hits the halfway point is when we want to hack. Looks a little bit past the halfway point, and it's going to be less than that, right? Because we have weapons training. Okay, that's probably good enough. Let's go ahead and power that med bay. We don't really have to do that until they get there. Okay, micro pause. Go ahead and fire the burst laser here, and yeah, here we go with the swipe. All right, we're still really no match for double mantis here. Okay, so they're not going to stick around in this room because it's a 2x2 room and there's only 2 of them. They're really going to only want to deal with 2x1 rooms. I mean, I guess we can delay them a little bit. Get some damage in on them as well. Nice. Okay, they went back because we dealt enough damage. If you hit like, I think it's 3 or 4 systems are hit on their ship, even if their crew aren't below the threshold that normally teleports them away health-wise, they'll teleport away. Ideally, we just save 150 scrap and go to a store and buy hacking or cloaking. That would be ideal. Plus, we have a lot of weapons items we can sell to get us there, so we should recognize that. Let's see, calculator. Okay, so we have 67 plus, this is 25, plus pike beams are 55, so that's another like 27. And the charge ion is another 25. Gives us 144. So if we sell like all 3 of these things, or we might just swap and sell the hell beam, we can afford hack cloaking right now. So I'm inclined not to spend any scrap. Distress. All right, so again, you can see the distress and go like, oh, hey, like there's stuff here, but we want to know if this is a store or not because we won't be able to go back to it from the fleet pursuit. So let's go ahead and wait for our oxygen to get back up. And then we'll close our doors. And these little like tricks, like the shifting of crew, having the crew indoors here, dealing with borders, and knowing like when you have to actually pay attention to the enemy ship. This can just being able to deal with borders means that you're not upgrading doors. Dealing with borders is definitely one of the harder things people do when they start learning out FTL. they don't vent properly, or they have a tendency to just run to the med bay and hope everything funnels there, and then key systems go offline during the fight and they're in trouble here. So we just, we had one crew hold off 2 Mantis plus door venting with an NG on the other doors, and we were completely fine. I got hull, I guess. And we're gonna see the store of this sector. Nice. All right. Okay, so take that beacon just to see if that's a store, and then we go back up this way. That was the plan. We're sticking to the plan. Don't be the boarding event. Okay. Venture so close, perhaps like a channel. Another burst 2. Could be a firebomb. Could it be a firebomb? Could be a stun bomb. So kind of the exact same scenario we just had, except they only have 2 shields. So let's weapons hack here. So 2 shields, the difference here being is, again, with the hacking buying me 7 seconds, and actually it's closer to 14, I'm gonna be able to double volley off this. So that's pretty safe. Actually, it's gonna be a little bit faster because it's just that the burst laser misses too many of its shots. Wow, so this is really slow in terms of charge time. So this is an ion bomb. Okay. Hack. Again, oxygen's open. We're just venting them. We're not engaging them. We don't want to move this NG. They're going to move right through here and try and punch down this door to get to the NG, unfortunately. Can I stick the NG in here in time? No. Okay, what we're going to do here is move this crew here. I guess move the NG. Power the medbay. The NG will eventually lose against 2 Mantis, but they'll hold their own for the time being, so you don't have to pay any more attention to this temporarily anyways, while we focus now on our volley. Alright, so because again hold beam is slow, I don't want to miss the hitting their weapons here. All right, my weapons are going to charge in 14 seconds. They're still being hacked down. We can go ahead and move our crew over here to assist. Shouldn't need the Artemis now. I mean, the burst laser will land and take this weapon offline if we so choose. Okay, we can vent that. Close everything else up. Let's go ahead and vent this. So, like I said, that's why we swipe this way. Ion bomb, we got 20 seconds before that fires. Our hacking will come off cooldown long before that occurs, if they survive, and they don't. 33 bucks. All right, we're in a hazard event, so we can't do any upgrades. We can go ahead and put back on the oxygen. This room doesn't have any O2 in it anyways, so. Open interior doors. Let's bounce out the O2. And we always want our shields at max before we jump. If you have like a pre-igniter, then your weapons being powered is more of a priority. But You don't want to jump into something with like an asteroid field and a defense drone, and then you're just down this shield bubble the whole fight. Okay. Okay, not store. Go ahead to the distress. Can't approach it without being fired on. We have 2 blue options for this. Ion, NG crew. Cloaking is also a blue option. With each level of cloaking, you have higher rewards. So it's the least amount of scrap, medium scrap reward, or high scrap reward. But Ion and NG crew are always high scrap. And it's a store. All right, there is a possibility of 2 stores in the sector, so I'll still take this beacon first, but do I want to get in this? It doesn't put me out of range on anything. So because this is we've kind of always been like piecemealing why we wanted to go to stores. There is a discussion that happens in terms of when to go to a store, when not to go to a store, and how to go to stores. And by that I mean, like, do you just jump to a store, or do you try to farm up scrap before you get to the store? In this situation, I want to know where all the stores are. Like, once I know where all the stores are, it's very easy to be like, okay, now I need to farm up money because this is my store. Other times, though, I do want to see as many stores as possible. And if you get like an early store and there's a possibility of a late store, you want to just hit that early store. Because if you waste a bunch of jumps trying to farm up scrap for that store to like really maximize a purchase, and then there's just nothing there for you, then you're like, oh no, now I need to find this other store, and you just wasted like 2-3 jumps of the fleet pursuit. Now, if you don't have enough scrap that the store is not viable, okay, well, then you get money and you can think about it, and you're going to weigh like, all right, can I get money, still see enough beacons, or like what it is that I'm looking for. But those are the things you really want to consider is, if the store is bad, have I hurt my ability to find another store that is good? And weigh that against what I need from this store right now and how much money I need to spend there. Typically, I'm only looking to buy one thing from a store. The only times I'm trying to buy 2 things is if I'm like far behind. It's not like, oh, like I hope I get a weapon and a system, or I'm trying to get cloaking and a pre-igniter, like just like high valued objects. Like this store, I'm just looking for cloaking. Auto ship. Gross. All right, let's, with drones, running away from the fight. Wow, this is a pretty nice fight for us. Okay, so if we do 2 damage to their weapon system, it's offline. Like, we'll be relatively safe. This can take down our shields if we get no dodges eventually. That's true. We're gonna go ahead and rotate there so we get shield charge. But I want to see what their evasion is. Level 3. All right, so we're gonna have to like, burst laser. Oh, that looks like it's heading for shields anyways. Yeah. Well, that didn't really tell us. Okay. All right, so that goes here. I guess I need that up for oxygen. All right, 4 seconds. Okay. So fire 3 shots. That's gonna take their ability to dodge. And we'll get this swipe. Oh, the shield got up before we got there. That's gross. That had a buffer point, which I'm not surprised at. I guess I should have taken the swipe off the piloting. So now we're in a potential difficult situation. Good dodge. All right. Preventing is often really bad. Some people are like, like fires are really disgusting, and so, I just want to vent large swaths of my ship and not have oxygen in, so when the fires, they just instantly put out. Don't do that. Don't do that. Like, venting to manipulate the AI to put the O2 on the targeting is one thing, but like, you can get yourself in a bad situation where you're drastically low on oxygen and then you get hit in the O2, or then you also get hit in the med bay, and suddenly it's or your door system, like, you're just locked out and in a really, really bad spot. Way worse than what any of the fires were going to do. Okay. Simple vent. Let's try and see if it gets there. Okay. Can't do anything with my weapons yet. That's okay. Charge. Nice. Okay. So I got that swipe there. We're still waiting on the hull here. Even though I don't want to use the Artemis, I want it powered in case one of the ions can slip through and hit my weapons. But now they have no dodge. And our shots aren't potentially going to hit their drones here. I should take that weapon offline. Okay. Now we can go ahead and do this swipe here through the shields. And the burst laser will finish them off for us. 20 scrap and another defense drone. All right. Were these stores? No. Then we're just going to go to this store and try and see if there's a store over on this way. Mind control. Defense scrambler, battery. Okay. Do I want to save the defense drone in case we don't get cloaking? That's interesting. As far as a call could be. As much as I would have liked to find cloaking here, we could just get a defense drone. Which we won't need 2 defense drones for, so we're still selling 1. We could use mind control. So the thing about mind control is that because we could use hack defensively, and we often are, then we have mind control to try and lower enemy evasion. And particularly since we don't have a ton of projectiles, that can be really convenient. What the defense drone does give us an answer to missiles that we don't currently have. Weapons wise, I mean, we could potentially, like, we're fine with the weapons. Like, I find it hard to justify swapping out. The thing to consider here, weapons-wise, if we did get the hull laser online, is that would give us 5 shots to set up one of our beam weapons. So we can sell the charge ion to get the this, just so we have more projectiles, and that way we can use mind control the pilot, have 5 shots, set up one of our beam swipes. That's one way to do it. Most of these augments are pretty terrible for us. Again, we already sold reverse ion field, but it doesn't do a lot for us. Defense scrambler. We're going to be using the hack bypass that I showed you earlier, and we're not going to use drones offensively. So this doesn't really have any value for us, and we don't have a clone base, so backup DNA bank has barely any value at all. I don't plan on losing crew. Interesting. I could see either choice being correct here. So the mind control with our shots helps our offense. But the defense drone does give us a solution to missiles, which could be really nice. Of course, not likely we'll never see another missile again until the flagship fight. It's pretty cheap. We had to, and if we get like hack cloaking later, then we still have cloaking and we're fine. We don't have the crew to get a teleporter here. We could go drone control and the weapon. Sell the offensive drone. So one of the things is while drone control and hacking kind of compete with each other, they also kind of don't. The reason that is if you have a defense drone shooting down a missile, well, that missile takes 2 to 3 power on the enemy weapons loadouts. And then, you know, you're also going to hopefully shoot their weapons as well. And you're in a situation where, like, their weapons are so weak because of the damage and the fact that you're negating one of them with the drone that you don't need to hack. I feel much more comfortable about that if I had more projectiles, though. That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out, is if I can swing all of that. The other option is we could just buy both systems. Yeah, I kind of want an answer to missiles. I do. They're just kind of spooky. Part of me, like I said, if we are able to, if we just get mind control here, then we're essentially in this position where we don't need any other systems. This isn't completely safe. This isn't what we want. We still have a couple sectors to go. And I think they're green and red. But there's no guarantee like they'll have the systems we want. So I am spooked by missiles in general. I still have a defense against that, so I'll pick this up now as my defense against it. The trick here is whether I want mind control or not. Which I could, like, sell the combat drone to get the MC, but then if I get the MC, I really should have more projectiles and I should jump the charge laser, but I won't have enough money to get all those things. Plus, upgrade my weapons to get that hull laser online. I don't think. How much money is this upgrade? 20 scrap, so I need another 35? Or we could buy the mind control, do with what we have, and then finish everything later. And just go for money the rest of the way. The armor only sells for 19. It still puts up such good value for us. Okay. Sometimes sword decisions take a long time. Like, it's easy to, I could have gone to the store, didn't see the system I want, said, I don't like this weapons, and gone. But we want something to deal with missiles. We really don't have that. This gives us that flexibility, so we'll take it. And also, even though there's a blind spot in defense drones over in this area here, which essentially doesn't protect it, in piloting, it protects the systems we do want to protect the most, which is like weapons and shields from those missiles. I could buy, like, mind control also gives me some crew killing potential as well, so it could have a lot of value. And then essentially we're just kind of one weapon away from being able to win. And I feel like I'd almost give up the pike and the charge for the hull, which I don't generally like doing 2-for-1s on weapons, but that would give me the projectiles that I want. So we'd have 5 projectiles plus mind control, which we can just run the NG to sensors to get that benefit, right? And then it's like, okay, and then we have Artemis in the last slot. All right, I buy that. All right, so let's go mind control. Yep. 25 and 27. Okay, we can't get it online now, but we do have the Artemis online, so we haven't like really changed our weapons per se. We bought all the fuel. Let's get those repairs back up to 22 hull. And let's go. Let me just maximize money for the rest of the sector. All right, Federation scum, we've waited a long time. Okay, so 2 shields and drone control should be able to deal with this. See where the borders land. Weapons. 2. Okay. We're still in a very sketchy spot. But ideally, like, this will make us safe. So we don't have to hack here. I just want to be able to MC as well, which I may just run this crew back to here to do that job. Okay, so we'll do this though. No, you want to go to hacking? You know what? Go to hacking. I just can't vent them from there though. All right, let's just delay them for a while. There's a possibility we land enough of our shots that we don't have to okay, we bought ourselves time. Okay, hull beam for weapons through here. Nice. All right, so we don't even need to use the drone part here. Let's use these 2 crew to deal with these 2 borders then. And 2 shields are good enough to deal with this. Excellent. All right, let's rotate these 2 crew over to here. So they're going to prioritize repairing their shields, and we're just bringing them over here to deal with these borders. That's it. That's all. And Kira are right there. Go ahead, do repairs. Oh, hello there. 47 scrap, plus 5 missiles, plus 3 fuel, and a Burst Laser Mark 1. That weapon that I was looking for, that'll do. The other thing is about the whole laser. People don't. It's at 14 seconds. I mean, our beam weapon's also at 14 seconds, so it wasn't like we're like losing the difference if it takes to fire time-wise. It's not that big. But yeah, I will take that offer. And you know what? They seem like they're all right. They're all right. I don't know when anybody says mean things about the rebels. But that also being the case, swap. I can't get it online. That costs $75. But okay. Jump. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We might miss a jump in this sector, but overall we've done really well for ourselves. All right, kind of same situation. Gross. All right. Heal them in the med bay so I can run this crude over here. There's a good chance I'm just going to put up the defense drone here, but no hacking. Again, really displaying the fact, like, against these missile ships, when we want the defense drone, like, our systems have been able to deal with their other weapons pretty safely. Yeah, against an Artemis, I would like my defense drone up, please. Probably don't need this. Let's do this. Go ahead and MC the pilot just for distraction. Rotate our crew back here before our human gets in trouble. We can fire a little bit early. We've got traveling time. We almost actually want them to hit our shields. We don't want, like, shots to, like, dodge and then slam into our drone. Nice, the NG hadn't gotten there in time. Okay, this is a prize fighter event? It's the only mantis that runs away. I prefer if they don't run away. Oh, well, it's totally gonna happen. There's nothing I can do about it. After them. All right. So the next time we fight them, it's gonna be a much nastier ship, but they will, if we do enough damage to force a surrender out of them, that surrender will include a free weapon. And if we kill them, we also get a free weapon, even if it's not a crew kill. And you might say, well, I mean, if weapons are so good, which they tend to be, like, why don't you, you know, just always, like, why are you unhappy that they got away? The quest marker could be in a place where I can't get it. And I'm losing the scrap from this fight, and that whatever beacon they overtake might have been money. Might have been an empty beacon that we work out. But, like, I typically just want the money now. I want the money now. Oh, or it's right next jump. Okay, since I'm doing this fight and I know it's gonna be nasty, which probably just means we'll be pretty liberal with the Artemis. Yeah, let's get a reactor in case I have to use drones and hacking. In case we have to use both. Hello there. Wow, double missiles. Okay, that's not you again. Do you know how much these repairs are going to cost me? Time to take out the big guns. Okay, so basic laser, giant missile, and a bomb, and 3 shields. That's a little bit gross. Okay, so let's do this as our weapon setup. And let's hack their weapons here. I think that's the best. Because their weapons are very dangerous. Their weapons are dangerous. They have a big missile here. We only need 1 shield bubble online, though. But if we weapons hack here, we're giving ourselves the best chance. Volley-wise, my plan is to be able to mind control their pilot, and that I'm doing, like, 2 damage to their weapon system, which is a better chance of getting this offline. We'll see. Because there's... All right, and the boarder's landing in here. All right, they're going to my O2, so we're gonna ignore them for the time being. Okay, send them in there to delay, and then we're probably just going to... Now let's just do the one. All right, so we'll do the one. This crew's gonna rotate there. We're gonna keep getting our weapons charged, because that's kind of important. We're gonna hack their weapons down now for the full 7. Oh. All right, so they're down to on powering their weapons. That's really good. Do I want to switch to the hull? No, because no. Okay, go back to doors. All right, and move them into medbay. Right, so we move them into medbay. They're looking apparently going to go down to here. They don't want to deal with that venting. That's fine. We want to try and do as much damage to their shields now so that our next volley is that much more lethal. We almost want to leave them alone. I kind of don't want them to return because they start doing repairs and other garbage. Let's see if we can crush piloting. Okay, piloting is offline. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, to try and just stop them from going away, so now they have to get that repaired. Power those systems back up. Let's see what the situation is on their ship. Following this crew. We're not trying to run from this fight. Okay, that's a lot of Mantis. Oh, the breach is very lethal for them. All right, let's crack their shields then. They're not going to get that repaired anytime soon. Come on, surrender. 45 scrap and a heavy ion. Heavy ion's pretty terrible. I think it's a 45 scrap weapon. It's pretty bad. Since we're pretty good on weapons, I think we'll just finish them off. No, hurry, get us out of here. They're crazy! Right. Where are the crazy ones? Not in a situation where I'm desperate for the weapon. Right, so we could get value, but we could be a little bit greedy here. Yeah, and we still get a weapon after we kill them. I think this technically is worth more money. That's gross. All right. Still can't get our other weapon online. Demand surrender goes. So these ships are going to be running away. Generally, if you're able to get a crew kill off of them, you get better rewards. I mean, in general, you'll get better rewards, but... Oh! Okay. Probably going to use the defense drone here. Because it's a quick missile. They do have boarding, which does favor us a little bit, because that's pulling crew off their ship. So, like, if we're damaging their ship, and then there's 2 crew on ours, those aren't doing repairs, and they're distracted. All right, I'm gonna mind control here before they land, now that I think about it. Just in case. Okay, they landed indoors. That's annoying. But we'll get that distraction going right away. Okay, defense drone up to deal with the missile. I think I want to try and crack their shields for a distraction. Oh no, I just targeted weapons? Okay. I guess getting the missile weapon offline has some value. See if we can get a missile into their piloting. They got a buffer in their piloting. That's really unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. All right, I don't need a defense drone now. Okay. Yeah, this is where I can't deal with the venting on there. But we got the breach, so that and a clone bay. Okay, so that's good for us because that's gonna run out of oxygen. Well, it depends on what level this is. I didn't get there in time. Okay. I could have put that screw back in there to have delayed them for a second. And now that's fully charged. Keys and Artemis, get it offline. And we go back to just having the defense drone up. Okay. So what I want to do is try and get these boarders off my ship. Now that we're essentially safe defensively, and try and get maybe a crew kill. Oh no, one of the crew died. Uh-oh. That's less than ideal. I'm trying to figure out a way to get a crew kill. I mean, I could hack here. So we could hack the O2, so they can't really get this repair done, and then kill them from there. They'll eventually run out of missiles. I mean, free items probably worth the drone part. Okay, yeah, see, drone can't. That's weird that it didn't target from that angle, but okay. 3 and 2. Okay, get that fixed. Oh, their weapon burned down. All right, so I know that their clone bay is still online. All right, let's... I think it's worthwhile to try and get the crew kill here for the free item. So it's going to cost me extra drone part for that. So it's like 8 scrap to get a superior reward of money that we could just use to buy drone parts, assuming we survive long enough. We still have 8 drone parts, so that should get us to the next store without an issue, right? I want to control the O2 system before I take out their clone bay. While it would be nice to shoot the clone bay so these crew aren't coming back, they're not going to be able to repair the O2. All right, so because they can't repair the O2, unless my camera's over here, not over there. Because they can't repair the O2 with the clone bay and their ship running out of oxygen, we just have the time to wait to destroy this. But we also don't want to shoot it because, again, we have to maintain hull. If this is a level 3 clone bay, it's going to take every shot to kill this ship for a crew kill. But there's also currently a fire raging out of control over on their ship, so that's potentially a problem. Or not. Okay. All right. You really want to board again? That's kind of amazing. All right, let's heal up. Defense drone's still going. Oh, thank you. Wow, they power swapped from the missile to this. That's super unusual. Okay, so mind control. 61 and 74. Where do those two borders want to go? I was hoping to get to them before, but okay. Wow, they're able to completely repair this. This is unfortunate, because this is going to spool up. I mean, yeah, that crew's dead. But maybe they're going to be distracted that the oxygen's low enough that they focus on that repair. Oh, could you please punch those down? Thank you. I guess I could have just done 1 damage, but... Okay. As soon as our oxygen gets down to 5%, they're dead. Still have a little bit of time. Swap them in the room. Am I gonna need mind control here? Oh, it's not even ready for a while. Let's go ahead and run this crew back. 8 to 18. Okay. Let's go ahead and heal up. Put you back on sensors. What am I hacking? They're O2. Just die. And then this has to register that they're dead. There we go. 40 scrap and a combat 1. Okay, 65. Whew. Let's move it a little bit over there. Once we have this, we got our combat drone back. Yay! Yeah, so the ships have been like retrofitted. I think they have like a really high chance of giving you a free item if you get a crew kill. Sure, the wiki will tell you exactly how much. Yeah, I thought we might lose a jump. All right, we got 104 scrap though, so we can go ahead and improve our weapons and get a reactor for that. So that's what our weapon loadout could look like. Chances are going to win beams over the Artemis. Artemis is a nice failsafe, but it's okay. All right, just need money and a living. That's it. It's all. DD2. I'd probably rather have that online as a backup, though I actually can't even get it online, so what am I talking about? Mantis or Zoltan? Zoltans are disgusting. Zoltans are really bad for us, particularly without cloaking. I don't even want to mess with them. We'll do Mantis again. So Zoltan's 2 stores, but Zoltan shields, like I said, without cloaking, it's... Yeah, like it's going to take us a while to get through these high-level evasion, and I can't mind control and I can't hack them until the Zoltan shield's offline. Mantis is safer, and like we have everything we need to win at this point. So we're just kind of going to play it safe. We're not like looking for stores for, you know, like, oh man, if we don't find a store, we're not going to have this system. We have all of our systems. We have this weapon loadout's amazing. Like, this is completely fine. Intruders on board. Of course there are. Hi there. Oh, that was a good thing to lose door control on. All right, you go there. Mantises are so spooky. Oh, you want to fight in here? That's probably advantageous to us. All right, so we'll be able to kill this one quickly. You in piloting, you down here, and you over there. And we'll just have the NG here in case we need, you know, 100 buffer points of health. Nice. All right. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, bum. Okay, so we are now in Sector 7, or Sector 6. We didn't really plan out jumps. So what, we started here. I can already see these 3 beacons. Again, I do want to know where the store is, so we can skip this beacon and just go here. Because we don't have cloaking, I'm really going to want to have 4 shields by the end of this run. The drone surge in Phase 2 can be very, very disgusting. Unfathomably disgusting. So without cloaking to deal with it, we're just going to want to make sure we have at least level 4 shields. So that's level 3 shields is probably our next upgrade. Yeah. And then we'll kind of piecemeal other stuff together. Like maybe we'll get level 3 engines. Maybe someday we'll get level 3 engines. Lead them to their destination. Quest. Okay, so I want to go here and here to pick up that beacon as being a possible store. 5 fuel. Man the surrender of their goods. Apparently we're doing this again. Boy, do I want to shoot down their hacking. Yes. Yes, I do. And double drone. Okay, no, only 1 offensive drone. Okay. Oh, I also have a boarding bot. It's possible that they'll burn through their drone parts really quickly then. Okay. So the reason I deployed this is, like I said, I could shoot their hacking. They did have a boarding bot, so hopefully it'll make sure that doesn't get online. All right, and we want to use this volley here because we want to hit a bunch of systems so that their pilot leaves piloting to deal with our crew, or the deals with repairs. All right, this is weighted. So worst is like a 5-shot volley. Okay, we get the mind control. Shields crew is going to respond. All right. Oops. So hull beam. Hull beam. This does the most disruption. It's possible we don't land our shots on there. I'm kind of okay with the 1 volley landing. Okay, good. Oh, we got everything landed? That's perfect. All right, so they're now in a pretty dire state. I'm not going to try and get a crew kill here. They just have too many potential offensive threats. Let the oxygen drain. It's okay. We're still at 73%. Another volley. Easy. 42 scrap and assist and repair. That has blue options on it, so, you know, let's get that going. All right, like I said, I took this beacon to see if that's going to be a store. Gonna wait for oxygen to get back up. Buffer point and shields and another reactor. Sure, we still have plenty of stuff to sell. Yeah, let's go ahead and get level 3 engines. I have a feeling people are going to start feeling very uncomfortable with the fact that we hadn't upgraded that yet. It's okay, I understand. It's also like 15 bucks. Okay. 4 shields, 3 shots, and a mini beam. It's pretty gross. This might be a run scenario. Also, I didn't put my NG crew back to where they needed to be. Yeah, the 4 shields is a problem. The fact we're getting boarded is a problem. The fact we're in a solar flare is also a problem. And I don't have enough shields to even deal with their first volley. It's close. So I'd rather prioritize just surviving this fight than trying to make money off of it. Good thing we upgraded engines. We'll be out here a little bit faster because of it. Well, we're also down to 6 drone parts. Two borders and shields. Well, we do have the buffer point. I just can't run any crew over here because everybody has an important job. This is making sure if they leave, then my FTL stops charging. If they leave, then they're not held into shields. If they leave, my weapons are charging slower. Probably let the heavy fire and then just do a full hack. Oh wow, they had a buffer point? No way. Hold. Heavy laser. Burst. Wait, what? Okay, so this is the heavy laser. This is the mini beam. That's the burst one. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, they did have a buffer point. That's rare. Don't let that NG fix it. Can't let the NG fix it. Okay, we'll do this. Just keep charging our FTL. Oh, I really would prefer you don't go in my piloting. I'm not going to get there in time. Unless we actually get the pilot out of the room. Aha. That's the best idea ever. The pilot back in the room. Okay, so we get another volley off. Hopefully they don't have anybody in piloting and I get 2 damage into their room this time. Oh shoot. Didn't have all my shields up. Okay, so that was good. I think I have 3 shots incoming though. Okay, no, it's only 2. All right, run them off to get healed. They're probably going to move back to piloting. Okay, there's not a lot I can do about it. Again, I'm still in run mode here. With their projectiles down, I only need one shield for the solar flare. This could be bad. Let's take our time. Probably have to put up the defense drone to deal with this, assuming this system doesn't catch on fire. Yeah. Okay. Good shot, defense drone. Okay, vent that. Don't really have the crew to respond to that to deal with these borders. I don't want them to break my piloting. All right, so we're venting this, we're venting that, we're keeping our shots fired because I don't know when something bad's gonna happen. Plenty of stuff has already been unfortunate for us right now. Could you land one more punch? Okay, so this crew we want to send out and back in. I want to hit this crew one time, and then they should teleport away. Unless it was event borders. No, okay, fine. They finally went away. Okie dokie. I didn't like that we had to use that many drone parts there, but okay. Don't need the defense drone now. Oxygen back online. Go ahead and fix that. Here's my actual pilot. Yeah, go ahead. Just move them there. I mean, now we get to win the fight. We should have 2 shields up though, because I don't want this to like somehow time with the solar flare. Okay, we can move our crew back, turn this off. Really? Really? Okay, I'm just gonna have them bite each other. Cause I can't deal. Get some fires. Okay, 1 fire, that's fine. Right? Yeah, 1 fire is fine. Oh, that was quite a fight, right? Okay, let's just crunch their shields again. And that should be their death, essentially. We'll vent in shields to remove them versus anything else out of here. I mean, we're now fine in terms of the overall fight. Oh, good, they went back. Bye. I guess we could have put a whole laser into the empty room to deal double damage. All right, store. Hey, just instantly go to that store. Scrap recovery arm, repair arm, drones, a flak 1. Wow, we could just get all the weapons. Okay, you're done. You're probably done. Do I want the flak? Of course I want the flak. Do I need the flak? That's a different question entirely. Alright, we definitely need all the fuel. I think I just want to pause this here and go to... I don't know, what sector are we in? 6. 2 left. Nah, I guess we could power through. Why not? Alright, we need fuel because we're low on fuel. We could also buy drone parts because, you know, we're low on drone parts. Let's do that. Those are two, probably the most important things we could pick up here. Okay. As much as I like that being a backup for that, I almost want money. Flak feels like a pretty good pickup because we get 1 projectile for a pretty cheap cost. Like getting another weapon online. Oh my gosh. What? Why? Green screen through my blue t-shirt. Cool. Oh, because it's light outside? That's why. Can I? No, there. It's okay-ish. Alright. We could go shields 3 at this point. Except I kind of like the flak. I think I'm done with the Artemis here. Like, we have weapons we're more than capable of winning with. Thank you for your service. This is potentially a nice backup to what we have. So essentially, a flak just gives me this upgrade in a weapon with another projectile without having to spend another 190 scrap to get another weapon online. So I like that a lot. So let's go ahead and do that, right? Like, you could be fine without it, but like I said, I already, like, if I go flak 1, burst 2, hull beam, I could be okay, like, as far as weapons, while still allowing me to get up to that shield level 3, or shield level 4. I think we sell you. I think we get that 3rd shield. So, like, the 3rd shield is kind of nice because it's just giant glaive beams, or just glaive beams in general, right? Because, like, I don't have cloaking or anything, so they fire, and I don't have the shields for it. I just take damage. I prefer that not to be the case. Also, do this. I definitely prefer that to not be the case. Considering how light we are on crew, I think I'm just going to keep this. For clutch repairs if need be. And then that's it. We're just gone. Jettison the pod. I don't have a clone bay. I could lose crew with that. Definitely not risking crew at this point. I don't have enough to... I like having 5 crew for flagship fight to be comfortable. Distress. Okay. Amazing how much fuel we bought. Yeah, beam weapon here, don't even cost me any resources. Doesn't cost me any resources. So the second option, if you have crew kill capabilities, it might be worth to roll it. Because you have a chance of like getting weapons or a crew from it instead of just the flat rewards, if that's what you're looking for. But I'm prioritizing that. It's not going to cost me a drone part to do that fight. So it's like an extra 8 scrap. It's just there. Let's go ahead and do this quest. Let's check our reactor situation. It's not great. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reactor light without a battery to make up the difference. So let's buy it. Like 5 reactor I can cope with. Value. Okay. Exit. Continue. Storage cache. Yes, please. It's just... Okay, so mind control doesn't help us here at all. We do have, like, a lot of shots. So defense drone to deal with this. Hopefully 3 shields deals with everything else. If we can cake up their weapons offline. Alright, yeah. So we could hack here to guarantee our shots land. I'm really hoping the defense drone just takes care of this, so I don't have to use too many additional drone parts, and I just take like a couple damage from the volley for no damage, but you know, it is going to be what it is. Well, that was fortuitous. Wow, okay, so we dodged nothing. I should actually have this crew member in shields to get shield charge time up. Okay, so it's just the missile. Oh. Okay. I didn't pay attention to the fact that this was still online, and I should have just used the NG to repair it. I mean, it did save me. I was technically saving potentially 2 damage from this, but yeah. Yeah. Again, we want to take their weapons offline because we can assess that these 2 against our 3 shields were fine. We're fine. Let's try and take out their evasion now. 3, 4, 5. I mean, having 10 shots is really strong here. Helps get us over some of these higher dodge ships. Now let's get this going because of the missiles back online. Alright, we time our volleys. Oh, I didn't actually talk about timing our volleys, but because the flak misses or can miss its shots, we use it predominantly for shield suppression. 36, nothing else. Okay, it's not great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I'd love to die for value, but I can't. We'll just go NG. I don't want to run out of gas. Like, yeah, we hit here, and then we have 1 jump to here, and if we don't get fuel there, because the ship will run away because we're out of fuel because we just spent 3, then I have to deal with an ASB and a ship running away, and I have to kill the ship that's running away. Like, I have to do it. And that's just a really disgusting situation to be in. So we'll just hop over to the NG sector. Like I said, it's about giving ourselves a chance to win. Like, it might pay off. You might like, oh well, you haven't got fuel in a bunch of jumps, so how unlikely is it you don't get fuel now? Previous jumps have no impact on your current ones. Store. Yep, just go straight to the store. Buy all the fuel. All of it. And a backup battery. So backup battery is 35 scrap, gets me 2 reactor. I mean, it's 5 more scrap than what this is. Yeah, that's super worth. 5 fuel. I guess we'll get up to there. Buy another drone part. So I am concerned about running out of drone parts because we are going to probably be doing double drone parts for sections of the flagship fight. So that's going to be coming close to like 6 drone parts for there. Plus there's surviving long enough to get there as well. We do get 10 repair at the end of the sector. Right, so 10 repair at the end of the sector. Hopefully we just don't take any damage up to that point, and we're fine. It's an NG sector, so we shouldn't see too many fights. It's gonna be close. One of the biggest factors is the simple fact, like, Sector 8 can be all over the place. Sometimes you make 400 scraps, sometimes you make 50 bucks. Oh, I should really try and stay ahead of the rebels, because accept their bribe. All right, so we have a chance at double rewards here, but this is 3 fuel and 29 scrap. And again, I'm not using any drone parts, which I would probably have to use. And I don't want to run out of fuel. It's not that bad of a fight, though. Because I just have to do, what, 4 damage? Like, we can hack their engines and our weapons land for... Nah, okay. It's... Like, it's a safe fight. We might not even have to use a drone part. Right, because we can just use mind control here. Alright, well, I'm gonna use drone part here. Somehow we took down the slow firing weapon. Okay, put the NG back. Alright, we'll just let them rotate there. Give me my weapon charging time, please. It's fine if they do damage to it while we heal up. Not that they break it, though. That is not allowed. Like, it's not too much of a danger in that we do have 3 shields and level 3 engines. Still. I'd rather not risk it. Alright. Gotta put crew back. Oxygen back online. So as long as we have 2 shields, we're fine, but I don't really need the reactor anywhere else. I mean, I guess we could charge up our engines a little bit. MC's gonna come offline or come off cooldown. Let's stop that repair if possible. Nice. Okay. Now we're going to go after shields because their weapons are really far behind. Six fuel, 4 missiles, 26 scraps. 6 fuel, though. Yeah. Yeah, I can't say no to 6 fuel. We're going to need, like, all that fuel just to get through the sector, so... It was worth the drone part. Again, even though there are 2 to 3 stores in the sector, there is still the chance, like, these beacons over here we weren't going to see, so... Dives, unless you're, like, 100% safe, or just... They're if it's not 100% safe, right? Like, if it's not 100% safe, what are you doing? There are definitely times you're going to have to look at, like, the risk reward of, like, okay, I think I'm more likely to die the upcoming sector if I don't get this scrap now than I am from a diving, fighting an elite. And I've had that scenario once. That I can recall. Maybe there are other times where I should have thought about it, but like dive ships are just disgusting, and you have this ASB thing that you're dealing with, and if you don't have cloaking, you're like, oh, I have level 4 engines. It is super possible that things like the ASB goes through your piloting and they board into your piloting with the second wave of boarders, and you're just like, uh-oh, how do I get rid of them? I cannot deal with the boarders very well. You have cloaking. We have a defense drone and a bunch of projectiles, so we'll try. Okay, mind control is useless. It's not bad. That. Oh, thank you for not shooting down my drone. So we're gonna try and take out their piloting, or do I take out their cloaking and go for the next volley? So if I take out their piloting, they'll cloak, then I can try and shoot down their weapons. If I take down their cloaking, yeah, let's go cloaking first. Not what I normally do, but... Uh-oh, that's bad. Oh, that's in my shields. Yeah. I can't let that go then. Can't do it. Okay. We're rolling a little bit here. I mean, yeah, this volley's gonna dodge now. Break their weapons. Okay, defense drone. Get a better dodge. Yuck. Power swap. Okay. Yeah, I was hoping it would just gone cleaner than what it did. What did I do wrong there? Here's another good thing to do in FTL. If something didn't go the way you expected, find out why. So I didn't consider that that was an ion bomb. Yeah, it stinks that the ion bomb went into my shields, but it was always a possibility. I don't know, maybe I should have just hit weapons and hit weapons again. I figured it was gonna cloak. I kind of like the cloak hit to set it up, but But then I should have just not worried about dodge and just put everything into here. That would make more sense. Like if I do 2 damage or whatever it does, take this offline, I'm doing 2 damage to here, and maybe the fight's a lot safer. Yeah, that's probably correct. All right, more money. It's kind of unlikely that I'm gonna do, I don't know. Like I don't want to spend money right now. I reject their offer because I can't make it. Like doing improvements because I don't know what my ship's gonna quite look like at the end. Sure. What I'm saying is well, I do eventually want like level 4 shields, unless somehow we like got like a pre-igniter even then, and then I have to like really put the money in. I'm still a bit out there in terms of what my final ship is going to look like, offensively and defensively, and it's if I'm doing okay in fights as is, then I shouldn't be spending scrap speculatively, not knowing what that end result is going to be. So while in my head I'm like, I want to upgrade weapons, I want to upgrade shields, I also want to upgrade engines. I mean, not be able to do those things. And it's like, oh, well, I upgraded like my weapons, but now I really don't have enough for my shields, and that put me in a bad spot, and vice versa. Like I should have gotten shields first, but then maybe somehow it turns out that I was okay with the shields because of something else, and yeah. Let's hack their weapons here, try and mind control their pilots. Or am I gonna mind control their borders because I just can't deal with Mantis? Yeah, let's do that. I get double volleys here. I have to pay attention to their weapons. Fires are good. So we could have put our crew in here to try and deal with them, mind control the pilot. I just figured against 3 shields, we're firing 10 shots, you know, unless it's like, oh, actually it's not 10 shots, it's 8 shots. I probably said 10 shots earlier. You know, okay, so unless it's like just it has to be over 50% dodge, we're gonna do something. And once we get in there, things just get a lot better for us because we get another volley. All right, so let's hit the oxygen and make it so that this is possibly a crew kill. What kind of crew do they have? They don't have an NG. Okay. Yeah, this should be a crew kill now. As soon as this... Okay. We can just fight them off. So you don't have to do anything too fancy, right? Like 2v1, we just win this. Not really an issue. And again, we're just waiting for the oxygen to drain from their ship before we even target their clone bay. Even though we have a lot of hull. Just waiting for this to get out of oxygen. So is one of the nice things about the burst is that they do have fire chances. All right, now we can take care of this. 66 and 3 fuel. Okay. Pretty good. Distress. Citizen repair doesn't deal with giant alien spiders. Leave him alone. Definitely not risking crew right now. Yeah, down 6 drone parts. We're not trying to delay that. I'll take free stuff. Anti-combat drone. That actually could be really nice in the last phase of the flagship fight. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's probably close, but I'll probably just go store here. Here, exit. If I can pick that beacon up, that's fine. All right. Kind of finished tuning out our ship. I really don't have crew killing stuff. So we're probably going to have to be very reliant on kidnap strategies, which normally I like to kill as much crew as I can during phase 1 of the flagship fight, like all of the crew. It just may not happen. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fuel. So we have enough fuel, so we're not buying fuel. Yay, I have $158 left. Do I want to do this for phase 2? Or do I sell it for 17 bucks? I mean, if it's blowing up drones, you know, like that's really good. We have a decent enough shots that we should be able to consistently take down the missiles. But the problem with buying crew, as much as I would want to, is like I still need this upgraded, the weapons upgraded. Like that's something I really need to do. And that's a lot of money. We are looking at 180 plus 190. What is that, 370 scrap plus power? Plus engines? I don't think I can afford crew. Can I afford to, like, I could see it being helpful in the final phase. Like I said, I'm just going to be so distracted by the how many boarders I have coming at me. Let's just roll. Investigate. Intruders on board. Okay, we'll fight them here. I had to do 3 damage to their weapon system. No, and they got a repair bot as well. Okay. That'll do. So, like I said, I don't like my drone parts situation, so I don't want to use drone parts here if I don't have to. Let's take down their shields. That should cause them a lot of problems. That repair bot. Hopefully this lasts long enough. Okay, so how much health does this crew have? Are they dead? Because if they're dead... Shoot. Alright, I'm hacking them down for 7 seconds. They're gonna jump immediately. I don't get to see. I think I just have to take the 30 bucks. Because this crew's gonna go and fix it, and I can't do anything about it. It stinks. Okay. Like I said, have to get shields for. It's just not. It's not really an option to not get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not just gonna dive either. Hail them. Sure. Scrap it for debris. 26 bucks. Ooh, this was a struggle. Considering we didn't buy cloaking. Camera, hello. All right. Considering we didn't buy cloaking, yeah. Store, cool. Base, so we kind of have to go straight to the base, kind of. The reason I say that is, like dive situations with where our ship is at is it's bad. It's very bad. It's incredibly, incredibly bad. So we're kind of just investigate the battlefield. Okay, we get nothing. 1, 2, 3. Hi. Okay, we have 14 drone parts, so that's not bad. This fires. Technically an evasion hack. And we do 3 damage. So this deals 3 damage to their shields. This deals the 4th damage, and then we do 4 damage to their weapon system, which should negate it from being dangerous, unless this is an ion bomb into my shields. But even then, we still have 2 shields up, so that's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do mind control and bring that crewmate back. Okay. Set, safe. MC to cancel it out. Here comes the ion bomb. Into shields. Let's hit their weapons then, I guess. Wow. We're gonna take a damage here then. Once we dodge. That worked. They worked so hard to do that. Credit. All right. Unless it's an ion bomb, unless it hits our shields. But it did. All right, well, we can hack him down one last time. I guess. 62 bucks. All right, that's good money. Can't believe how little scrap we really got. Like, we had all that free stuff too. Like, we got a bunch of free stuff, but like, we bought drone control, which comes with a 25 scrap rebate. We're not even at hacking level 3. Gosh, I really would like to get this weapon online. Hi. Combat 2. All right, well, you go there. Probably gonna be double droning this one. I don't know if I hopefully don't have to run from this. Okay, it's a little bit better. Not a lot better, but a little bit. I don't even know if I want to shoot that down or not. I kind of don't want to. I want more projectiles to be able to hit them in the weapons. Or not, they just dodge a million times. Also good. So I had to depower my shields so that I have 4 shields. I had to depower the weapons. Again, it's about not taking damage here. Like, I have to maintain as much hull for the flagship fight as I can. Okay, oxygen back online. I'm gonna wait for this volley. I'm gonna hack now. Oh, I gotta flak this. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. I thought I was there. All right, let's make this real power. Still can't run from the fight. Okay, that is good. Wow, just instantly gets through. Just instantly gets through. Wow, yeah, it just goes Super Saiyan. Sometimes that happens. Okay, please shoot the missile down. It's still kind of disappointed about that. The dodge that all happened there. Let's move the flak up here so it's in the right spot. I just need to like be able to dunk weapons. That's why like the hull beam isn't viable here, because I have to land so many shots, and it's just doing these like, it probably has a buffer point anyways. Well, we're gonna get a lot of shield training now. All the shield training. I want that missile offline. Thank you. Rude. Stinks as this is ion, I don't get the shield training anymore. Alright, now I do. Okay. Shield training could be very helpful. Oh. I'm gonna get it fixed so I don't get it anymore. I didn't notice it went back up. It's okay. Again, just it's about us being in danger than just an opportunity to get some training here. Okay. This is powered, half repairs. Let's try and take out some of their dodge then. Good. What a tough run. I don't know if we're gonna win. It's gonna be really, really low scrap. Like normally I average around 1900, 18 something. That is not gonna be the case. I was wondering if they were actually gonna get the dodges there. Okay. How we doing? We're getting there. 14 more. I gotta go for every advantage that I can. Like the fact that we only found one crew and we just so low on scrap. I mean, there were some times where we traded one weapon for other weapons, but I think, like, we bought the ion, we bought the, with the hull, the ion. Was that it, weapons-wise, in terms of, like, that we also later sold? The thing is, we do have the hull beam, so if we're, like, able to get the hull beam through, I mean, that hull beam is, like I said, it's, like, 8 damage, a swipe. Okay, well, we're not gonna get any more on this, so the question is do we go phase 1 as is, get the hull beam online for phase 2 so that we're just chunking as much damage as possible? That kind of feels right. What we might do is this, though. Like, hack missiles, buy us a ton of time. I don't think I can afford to get this weapon online. Like, my engines are just too low. Normally, it's not like a big deal about engines, but like 30%. Or the other thing we could do is go with the like level 3 shield hack. Hopefully our missiles bail us out. Put all the projectiles into that room with MC. Hopefully a fire gets started. And like good things ensue. I can't even remember the last time I was in a position like this in terms of just like weapons and low scrap. All right, so now let's just go over all of our options because we don't have like a previous history to kind of lean on here. If I could get through this, plus get the other weapon online, is that enough to win? Is that enough to win? Or do I forego it to buy vital systems? So like we could do this, we could do this, we could do this. Like that's it. I mean, we're not really crew killing, but I guess we're setting up for whole beam and the low reactor. So the benefits with this are that we'll have an extra 5% evasion, which we're going to be having a lot of shots. The upgraded O2 in case we get a hacked O2 hacked in phase 1, because I'm not super confident I can kill the flagship quickly enough. And then the level 3 hack for flexibility, but maybe we can't do that because it's just like I'm never going to be able to dedicate the reactor to it. There we go, buffer point and another reactor. And then we might have to just upgrade doors. I think that makes more sense because like the defense drone could shoot down a missile and then another one hits our defense drone and then we're in trouble if the defense drone goes offline. Shots. We gotta go shots. Okay. This is it. I had to remember to switch over the drones for the last phase, second phase. All right. What are you hacking? All right, mid bay is not awful. All right, so shield hacking is... We're not going to be able to shield hack here. Oh, so why didn't I put out my defense drone? The reason I don't put out my defense drone here is I don't have cloaking. So at a certain point in time, the hacks, which it has 8 drone parts, will time with the missiles. I'll shoot a missile, and if that drone, that hack drone hits my weapons, I'm dead. Because they'll hack my weapons down, and by the time the hack stops, their ship is going to cloak, and I'll never be able to fire my weapons. So I just kind of have to let it happen. We had the option to potentially just jump away to like this beacon and back if this was a bad hack. Fortunately it's not. Okay, so we have that. So each one of these is an artillery weapon that has 3 power in it. So the more damage we do it, the slower rate they're going to fire. If we had cloaking, there's some different strategies where we only had to do like 1 damage to this missile system, and then that slows the missile system down enough that we're able to cloak it every single time. We do not have that luxury here. I almost want to hack missiles just because I kind of don't want missiles to fire. But I kind of think I'm just going to shield hack to try and set up as best as I can volley into the enemy. It's not ideal, but like we'll beam swipe. I gotta use flak, part of a beam swipe, part MC to get this done. We can do this now because they can't punch through the 2 doors fast enough. Nice look at the battery online. Okay. And the reason I want the whole beam is to do the swipe from piloting down to here. Okay, we're gonna fire the flak and kind of like hack after the flak. And the idea here is the flak's gonna hit while we're hacking and suppress their shields and make sure that our whole beam does its full volley and that the burst laser can also attack through here. Okay, that's super acceptable. Okay, we can actually do this and flash the first ion volley. Okay, and whole beam swipe here. Even though this is a more damaging one, I just want these missiles offline. Defense drone offline. We can put this power into reactor to try and dodge some of these ions anyways. Okay, so we got 0 dodge for 5 seconds. You really can only do this on the first volley timing-wise, where you can flash your shields and that it doesn't set you up to get hit by the beam weapon or, like, the lasers. All right, so this repair is slowed. They're going to cloak before we can do anything. Now let's go ahead and put 2 power into our oxygen, try and get back up. Don't need the defense drone here. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That does 9, so it's close to being able to, like, one-shot here. I hope I have enough time. That's my mind control, that's my hacking. Do I rush it to try and take this missile offline? Again, this is a very weird position for me to be in terms of like my overall weapon setup. Yeah, again, we don't want the missiles to fire. This time we don't. Okay. Hole. Good dodges. Mind control. Maybe I get a crew kill here, which I would love more. Our weapons will charge in time. That will get another volley before they cloak. As much as I would like to take time to get crew kills, I mean, I just can't risk it. We might be able to abuse this. Let's go ahead and put a power there. So any crew that are in these rooms here when the flagship jumps away are dead. So once that crew dies, I might be able to get like an additional crew here. All right. Put power there, back in shields, or yeah, whatever. Okay, we have to wait for the whole beam here. And here's our 9 damage swipe. Back to level 2 oxygen. Alright, got 22 bucks. Nice. Alright, repair bot gets repair anti-drone for this round. Am I gonna need both of them going? Probably. Do I have the reactor for it? Probably not. I could go level 3 hack. Again, I just don't feel like I'm able to consistently use the level 3 hack. Like, I just can't tie up that amount of reactor. What we might just do is go full shot volley. Like, we'll hack engines. And that way, essentially, we have a guaranteed defense drone will shoot down, like, the flak, one of the flak projectiles. So it'll take down 2 shields, 3, 4. So we're doing 3 damage. So there's, it's likely that we will take the missile system offline before it has a chance to fire with that hack, and then we can just use mind control to delay any other issues. Okay, and if that's the case, then we buy a reactor because I'm still weak on that, and maybe we save to upgrade doors for phase 3, assuming that this also goes well. Assuming. Yeah. It's going to be a really brutal phase 3. We also want to stay at the exit to set up for kidnap strats. Alright, chase down the flagship, discovers heavily damage from the previous fight. Scans indicates redirect considerable power to its drones. Get ready for a fight. Yeah. Okay, defense 1, anti-drone to also help with their drone situation. Evasion hacking. Battery at the early go. And you in shields at the start. And we need this to shoot down the boarding drone. Oh, I forgot to toggle here. It's okay, we don't lose time. It's the other nice thing about the evasion hack. It's not like, oh no, now I have to like hack now and I have to wait on my weapons. We're just golden. Okay. All right, the crew that's there. And we got the fire, so that's really good. Again, we're not gonna get crew kills. That's not gonna be a thing. Not really. I need a real power in there. We could MC the shields crew. They'll get beat up and die. Do I want to go shots or do I want whole beam online? Just so we can end this phase quickly. They double targeted. Slightly unfortunate. Okay, let's power this drone up for a second. Get a little bit of evasion, maybe. All right. Bring this back. You haven't blown up any of their drones yet. Just letting you know that. You could try. Oh no. Okay. I should have made this swap sooner. I don't got the power. Okay, that's a lot of beam drones. If my shields go down, this gets real disgusting real fast. Since I can't do like crew kill. I'm gonna try and kick this offline because this timing up with the surge is very dangerous for me. And I don't have a swipe. Like, yeah, I got a 9 damage swipe, but... Okay, we're handling this pretty... Oh, no, please be in shields. Oh, that was a mistake. That's be in shields. Are they boarding me with a boarding bot? I don't know if one got deployed. Kind of sounded like one was. So let's make sure there's real power there. Put the fake power here. Aha, we got you. I heard correctly. Okay. Okay, that can be depowered now. That's still offline. Okay. Just making all the right choices. So the surge didn't get through us because we had the 4 shields, we had evasion, and we got lucky. We did get lucky. Surges can kill you out of nowhere. The reason I want this offline, like I said, is this timing with the surge, like it suppresses 3 shields and then all the drones show up, you get erased. I was hoping to take it offline. Volley didn't quite work out like I had planned. There's a lot going on right now. Okay. Now they can't hack. Now they can't dodge anyways. That's fixed. That's not good. It's not good. So we're gonna wait for the hull beam online. Hack. Fire 3 shots here. What's nice is the flak has fake projectiles, so that can actually confuse the defense drone. So we actually got all 3, and ideally, this only has 1 repair on it. It did not. All right, that's offline. Hull beam's too slow. 3, 4, 5. I don't think that's enough damage. Never mind. It's not. I want to be able to kill them. Boarding bot again. Okay, well. 2 oxygen. Can I do this? Okay, so mind control, just to try and lower their evasion. It's only level 3 engines. It goes 2, 3, 6. This is just a kill swipe, like we want them dead. I could have thought about inverting it, so I hit the 3 empty rooms. All right, level 2 oxygen mitigates the breach loss, the O2 loss from the breach. We have 51 bucks. Kind of like the upgraded doors, because things are gonna potentially be really gross. Okay, we have mind control to cancel out their mind control. That leaves me with 16 bucks. It's going to be really difficult to deal with their borders. So let's get that. There's other buffers I'd love to have, but... Okay, we're just trying to run away. So if like we get through their Zoltan shield, there's a chance we're just gonna like hack missiles and run. Oh, also repair bot. The drone thing doesn't do anything. I'm honestly surprised I remembered that. All right, you're not certain how to keep fighting. Damage is sustained. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we can use mind control to cancel out their mind control. I don't want them to land in the room. Like, you know, if they land in the room with the mind control crew, I can't use mind control to cancel it out. It'll just hit one person in the room, and would be really bad if it's like I have one of their crew mind controlled fighting my pilot. That's a really bad situation. So what you can do is, because we're doing cancellations, we're on the same cooldown, the mind control. So as soon as you see your mind control close to running down, get all your crew away from their crew. Just get them out of there, get them into an adjacent room, let the mind control hit you, MC it to counter it, and then put your crew back where it was. Two borders and shields. Okay, we can distract for a little bit. Hey. Well, that was a lot of misses. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and put up the defense drone. Don't fail me now. That's bad. That's very bad. Okay. I guess this is the reason why I upgraded doors. Surgeon coming. Okay, no one's in rooms. Don't do it. So the first missile hit, which kind of made that the next missile. Oh, well, now it already crossed shields. That's gonna make a difference. All right, we have 4 people on board our ship. I honestly don't know how many they have. All right, moment of truth. Oh, that's such a huge dodge. Wow. Okay. Hull beam. I'm not exactly sure where the fire is, to be honest. I still can't jump away. Our FTL hasn't charged yet. Bless you, defense drone. All right, I don't know if we're sticking around. I mean, this has gone okay-ish, but it could go, it still has a lot of ability to go sideways from here. Because I don't know how many crew are, like I said, on my ship right now. Okay, let's do this. Let's move that crew. So again, I'm probably hacking their weapons here, or the missiles. Okay, they're punching my doors. I still have a little bit of time. They left. Okay, we got another group of boarders on our ship. Okay, they're trying to get into the med bay. I wonder if I could fix it in time. Let's move this crew into here to stop them from doing that, and let's go ahead and hack their missiles down. No, I didn't slow them down. Okay, we should be able to kill them pretty quickly, though. All right, so again, we're just buying time. This is our primary goal was here is buy time, kill off some crew. We're doing a pretty good job there. That was the only real unfortunate thing. Elsewise, the dodges have gone really in our favor. I know I have the system repair drone. I just don't have a lot of drone parts. Okay, we're going to vent that direction. We can just repair that. Oh, that was... Oh, shoot, 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 shoot. Oh, that was close. I realized to... Okay, get back in there. Oh my gosh, we did... Okay, we did lose containment. Or, Wow, just 6 for 6. Okay, no, that's fine. Again, because I don't know, part of me wants to stay, but part of me, I know I have to go. Because this hack is just, like, I'm not going to be able to get through their shields because they have level 8 engines. But this doesn't seem to be on... I'm not seeing cooldown here. So if they get through my shields... Okay, let's just go. We're going to hop back to the base. All right, I honestly am not sure of how many we killed there. How many breaches do we have? Okay, just the one. Just the one. Well, that was tense. Okay. I want to know how many crew are left. All right, can't use that. That's to cancel. All right, this is it. 2. All right, so we only got to deal with one border. Fine. Fine. Okay. We do that. Actually, I want the beam in the back to... Beam in the back. So the beam is guaranteed to hit, even though it's a little bit slower than the burst laser against the level 6 engines. I just want that guaranteed damage every round if possible. Yeah, cancel that out. Okay, revent. Probably just auto fire. It's not like I have cloaking anyways that I can screw up. Okay, stall them because I don't really want them in that room. Oh, are you? Okay, that's good. That works. They're not going into my weapons. I don't care. Okay, first missile down. Gotta dodge. Empty room. Fine. Totally acceptable. All right, just hold them at bay. Now they have 5% less evasion, though, so hopefully we'll get through. If we're lucky with the burst, we may be able to save the whole laser here. Or whole beam. All right, we did. Cool. So MC to cancel out their MC. And, I think we go shield hack to try and set up hull beam. Like, we had cloaking, like this hack here to try and mitigate damage would be fine, but I also don't have guaranteed kill damage on these systems because they now have 4 power in them. So that's the thing, is they have 4 power in those artillery systems in phase 3. And I don't have enough damage to take any of them offline. Unless I do shield hack. And then it's not like a certainty. Alright, just punch Vincent. Okay. Okay, good dodges. That's fine. Okay, you go to shields. Yeah, so the thing is we're gonna flak and then hack after the flak lands. I'm gonna start the repair bot now, even though I don't care about sensors. I just don't want it to be focused on something else if I need it to do more important jobs. All right. Try and maximize our dodge without losing any vital systems. Go back, power these 2 up. Power down the drone. Oh, close my doors. Might want to do that. We can kick up our oxygen to O2. We don't want to run out of O2. Nice. Okay, so we hull beam through here. I'm not really trying to do like the maximize damage with it because I'm just trying to get this missile system offline, if possible. And we did. It was only going to happen with hacking, so it's like, if that's our primary goal, right? Then it's going to take 2 attempts, or it's going to happen in 1. This is the only way it happens in 1. All right. Now we need evasion. Depower the flak. Oh, it hits. Power the flak. Micro pause until the missile almost connects. Okay. Flak and get the system repaired, doing its thing. Break that MC. You could argue like we should MC this crew, but they're already distracted. Once they get through that door, they're like MCing them doesn't give us a benefit. All right, we don't need the defense drone right now, so we just maximize dodge. This is potentially going to be bad. That's not good. No, all 3 of those shots connected. Since I wasn't doing oxygen, I should have closed that off. So they have level 3 piloting. It's now down to, we can get it down to level 2. But I think we just have a lethal swipe. So let's put the flak in the front position in case we do get it in our weapons. We don't lose anything. Max dodges. And 8 damage swipe with the hull beam. Okay, 2 damage left. System repair bot. O2. 3 shields is fine. We hold. Whew. Jeez, what a disgusting run. I was gonna talk about like all cool fun things, and it was just like do what you can to survive. Yeah. Anyways, I still think that was a really good example of just like why we can't buy reactor, why we can't do some risky plays in terms of like upgrading kind of recklessly. I don't know, it's not recklessly, it's just it's having a more concrete plan and being able to know, predominantly through experience, like what you need and when you need it. This run could have gone a myriad of different ways, just on better loot drops, less missiles, but if we had like pushed engines early or bought some reactor early, like we would have felt even further behind than what we did. Normally, like once you get to Sector 5, using this kind of strategy, like you have all your systems, you have great weapons, and you're just winning. Like that's it. You're just gonna win. I haven't died after Sector 5 for a considerable amount of time. I have very few deaths getting to that point. But we had, like I said, we'll probably see a pretty low scrap total overall. 4305. Yeah, that's awful. So that's also good because we can see where, you know, oh, you don't, sometimes just because you didn't get very good scrap you can still get through it. Like I said, just making those kinds of choices where we got our shields, we held on our scrap, we did microing by depowering weapons and putting that into engines when we need it. One of the strategies I didn't talk about is just, I kind of call it the 2 and 2, but it's hacking 2, cloaking 2, because we didn't get cloaking. But if you have level 2 cloaking and level 2 hacking, you can just shut down enemy weapons. Just hack their weapons. Like I said, do that controlled drain after you've let them partially charge to maximize their efficiency. And then cloak their volleys and do the full duration of a level 2 cloak. Don't fire your weapons and put you into cooldown early. And that setup, again, goes back to that idea of time. With that setup, you essentially negate all enemy weapons if they're just straight up weapons. Some drones can do it, and like Artemis or not, Lado can sometimes sneak in there. But yeah, you can just be in this position of not taking damage from any fight and just inevitably eventually winning. Like that's what you want to do. But anyways, yeah, that was a little bit more grueling than I expected, but hope it was informative, and thank you for watching. Take care. Do.